I wish I had cool music.
Talk to Rick from 28mm RPG, and maybe he'll look you up. I don't see why you wouldn't. Welcome to the show.
No, I still talk to that guy all the time.
Yeah, I wish I did too. He's just been busy, and I've been busy, and
Well, there's been kind of like an unsaid Civil War kind of thing that's gone on.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. We're friends. If we were in the same place, I'd buy him a beer, and we wouldn't even talk games. There is more to life than this. Trying to figure out what that is between virgin bloodbaths, but other than that, I'm doing pretty good. How about you guys?
Well, we've got Justin here being quiet and not showing his face, so
he's showing his deep ops face. I appreciate that. You looking sharp there, Justin. How you doing, man? Awesome, glad to hear it. So, how about you, James? I saw
most. Hey, Yusuf bin Avram, where you at?
What's up, Doc Flamingo? Thanks for the sub earlier. I can only assume that DM James pointed you in my direction because we bumped into each other before, but
I don't know.
Hey, Grandma, Doodle, RPG Exile. Who else we got here in the chat tonight?
I was calling out a lot of people earlier. OGGM,
OG's awesome.
Double D, Legion of Mint. I was calling out a bunch of people earlier today.
Yeah, Double D gave me a shout out last week. Thanks to Cal Vanoni. Thanks, Cal. If it weren't for guys like Cal and Grim to see, I would have never met you guys. And man, what a ride. I thought about it today. I've been doing this particular show about 2 years now.
Mm-hmm. And I have some advice for you.
That would be?
Don't send me a link to your show until about 5 minutes before your show.
Yeah, I saw
Me
that.
and Doc were actually live streaming. We were talking it up, having a good time, bullshitting around. Yeah, you sent me the link. So I immediately was like, well, I'm going to go over there. And then I'm sitting here and I see your head for like a split second. And then the screen goes black. And I'm like, where'd he go? Like, is he pissed? What's going on here? And then I realized when it said scheduled, and I was like,
what's up, GM Johnny Raven? How you doing? I sent the link out to a few other people. You too, Raven.
Well, where's Justin though?
No idea. He's probably making a hot pocket. Grandma, how you doing?
You might be looking at my last video on YouTube.
I was watching most of that. I got to the part where the guys were singing, and I had like 5 minutes left of the video. I'll watch it later along with the video.
Oh, after the rap song is when I might get banned.
Gotcha. Well, hopefully it'll still be there after the show. If not,
I'm a little sad and perturbed right now about things.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of messed up. What's going on?
Not even the Ukrainian thing. Well, never mind. We're talking about apocalypse shit. You and I can always talk about the shit that pisses me off later. But it proves all the people we thought were bad people that said certain things. This is kind of proving maybe they were right. Oh, why are you pointing at you? You're Canadian. You can never be right.
I'm always right.
Go drink some maple syrup.
Well, why am I thought you meant he was bad. I've seen all kinds of sides of Justin, and that's why he's still here, despite what
that reminds me. Justin, is maple syrup kosher? I mean, are you even allowed to have it?
I'm not Jewish, bro.
That's exactly what a Mossad agent would say.
So how you doing, Justin?
Either. Okay.
Yeah, Justin barely comes into the freaking.
The maple syrup bottle does not have the kosher approved sign on it.
I love that bottle, dude. That is
a cool bottle.
Yeah.
And when you're done, you throw a little whiskey in there, and everybody will think it's maple syrup.
The worst shit I ever had was maple syrup flavored bourbon.
Ooh.
Oh no, I was like, what? And the F is all this. But anyway, you got me here. I had to end my own stream.
I am real sorry about that. I didn't even think because
I had no choice. I'm just a low-level vampire, and you've been around since before the flood. So, I mean, when you send a summons, I got to come.
Yeah. I got into the habit of actually scheduling my shows a couple hours early because of a friend, or maybe not a friend, who's no longer with us, who passed away, I believe, last March, and
Unfortunate.
he kept doing that, and we can talk about that later. But ever since then, I schedule the show a little early so that people will have some notice. He was always giving me a hard time for he wanted a little advance notice for the show, and
an hour and a half is a little much, though.
You think so?
Yeah.
I usually, to be honest, I usually do it while I'm eating dinner.
I know that you do this every Saturday night.
Yeah, I've been doing it for about 2 years.
You've been doing this forever, man.
And, and it's funny because I thought I would run out of sci-fi topics, but every once in a while, bolt of lightning strikes me in my metal plate, and I come up with something. This one's totally self-serving. I'm reviewing Gamma World modules all month long. I'm going to be reviewing Wretched Apocalypse and some other post-apocalyptic games, and I figure, you know what, we're heading toward the apocalypse. What the hell? Let's talk about it and see where that goes. So, for the record, have either of you guys ever played like Gamma World, Aftermath, any game like that?
Gamma World first and second edition. I didn't really care for anything after those two, even though I own them.
Yeah, me too. 2E is really good. I'm getting ready to watch that, Omen, and it'll be the very first thing I've ever. No, not the first thing I've ever watched on Amazon, but it'll be the first thing I've watched on Amazon in a good long time. It was
pretty okay.
I thought it was okay, unless you're like one of these guys that's like super, super into Fallout.
Mm-hmm. I know nothing about it other than what I've seen
wrong with
in the. The only thing I know.
There's only a timeline issue that I've seen people really care about, but
the only thing I really know about Fallout is what I would see in the App Store for games like Fallout and little app games for your phone and that sort of thing. Yeah. And I'm like, it looks like it could be fun, but speaking of though,
I had a blast playing 3, and I hear New Vegas was the bomb, like literally was really good.
Yeah, I believe there was a bomb in that one.
I played a lot of the DLC from Fallout 3 too. Like,
hey, Owen, you want the link? You're more than welcome to join. I haven't seen you in forever.
I'll send it to him.
Thank you.
But apparently, there are
if he uses it. That's up to him.
There are people out there who feel about Fallout the way I feel about Warhammer. So if you change even the slightest thing, they lose their minds.
So I can, there's a lot of that going around these days. But Justin, real quick, I was playing my little app game that I play every once in a while when I'm bored or, and it's one of those games that has, if you watch a commercial, you get a couple of coins or gems or whatever the hell. And I get a TeePublic ad. Guess what's in the very first slot of all the examples of T-shirts?
How big are your hands?
I damn near fell out of my chair laughing so hard. It was awesome. I was like, just absolutely.
I didn't pay for no advertising or nothing. So,
that just shows you how much our devices connect with all the other things. I'm just like, wow, that is funny as hell, but terrifying. You know what I mean?
Don't forget, Biden Tada.
Welcome to the show, Owen. How you doing, brother?
I'm better. Other than finally have my my tendonitis under control, so I'm good.
So you don't need the walker anymore?
God, a walker would have been nice. All I need is a floating hover chair.
Yeah, dude, we could just start calling you Professor X now.
I want a floating hover chair. I don't want some lame X-Man crap.
The second
he had the floating chair.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. It's got to be a whole Akira thing. I like that a little bit better.
the second they invent
Professor
those
X's gold wheelchair without wheels was pretty slick. I mean, you got to go that route. That's the way to go.
The second they invent anti-gravity modules, I'm putting it into a 5-point harness and I'm floating around like Baron Vladimir Harkonnen.
Well, you know what? You're already halfway there.
Exactly. Just it won't be little boys.
Thank you. I just had to double check. Thank you. Glad you
They'll
put
be
that
grown
caveat
men
in there.
because you're a bear.
He's a cub. Come on.
No, I'm neither.
No, Twitter's blown up with the bullshit.
I know.
The feminists who are all like, I would rather be alone with a bear than a man.
You know what?
First, the meme war has begun. It's hilarious.
I would love to see a reality show of that. You know,
Like I said, pink hairs with bear spray. That's the show.
Somebody actually posted a picture of a bear and it just said, "Hey, don't I get a choice in this?"
wait a minute. Did you ever see we're talking about post-apocalyptic. You got a few of them out there that have the weird looking bear monsters.
Well, I mean,
I thought you were going to go with the pink-haired monsters.
Apocalyptic, because definitely Twilight 2000.
Mm-hmm.
Twilight 2000. I was thinking Shadowrun to me counts as post-apocalyptic when you look at what
it is, as does Rifts.
I say all cyberpunk does.
Well,
the other big question you have to ask if you're going to play post-apocalyptic, like which type you want to play, is how do you want to die?
That was my very next question: is if you were going to run one, what would be your cataclysm? What is the big thing?
I don't mean the big thing. I mean, how do you personally want to die?
Oh,
Do you want to get ate by a robot? Do you want to get ate by cannibals? Do you want to die of dysentery? Do you want to die of Legionnaire's disease because you drunk bad water out of a ditch?
Do
you want to die of bleeding out of your butt because of radiation poisoning? How do you want to die?
I want to die from snoo.
You know what it's going to be? It's going to die
of
exposure.
World 2 is for you. Just find a mutant village full of giant women.
Hold it. You guys are going to die of exposure because they only allow you to wear thongs and there's nothing else out there.
Red thongs and ammo sashes. Or whatever.
RPG Grandma's the bandoliers? Right about Greyhawk.
Yeah, bandolier. That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah, bandoliers and thongs. That's all that you have in post-apocalyptic. It's Zardoz 100% of the way.
I need to watch that one too.
You can.
Oh, you're eating too much cake. That's how she's gonna die. Eating too much cake.
Oh, did you guys ever see the?
But will it be reconstituted cake?
The post-apocalyptic thing that they had for Family Guy when they found the Twinkies and everything else.
Oh, that was like season 1. Yeah, I love that one.
Yeah, that was
where Joe Swanson was melted to the porch. Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Well, and Stewie becomes the thing from what was it, the Lost in Space equivalent.
I think they should have carried that out for like 5 or 6 episodes.
I still like the Dale Gribble. You will die by having lack of toilet paper.
If the last few years have told us anything, nobody will die from the lack of toilet paper.
Well, I'd just say if you're looking at because when you talk post-apocalyptic games, there's a lot of leeway in there. Do you want Twilight 2000 where you can die from an infection because you got scraped on a barbed wire fence? Or do you want Gamma World where you can die from getting your brain blasted by a mutant vulture person with mental mutations?
You know what?
Everything in between that. Dinosaurs and all that shit.
Not so much sci-fi, but I do like Dark Sun as post-apocalyptic.
It is.
Dark Sun is a D&D post-apocalyptic world. Yeah, they even got a whole history about how it used to be a beautiful, temperate planet.
I like that, Grandma. I've done that multiple times where my D&D world is literally a world that used to be, high tech or something to that.
Shannara.
Shannara was
kind of like Thunder the Barbarian in a way, but with less obvious callbacks to the Earth that was.
Well, Thunder the Barbarian
has more than Shannara.
That's all Thundar is. It's Gamma World too.
I mean, I like it.
Yeah.
What gets me about it is, well, side note is I don't ever understand why they canceled Thundar. They did it to replace it with this. I said, why don't you bring back the original voice actors to bring? Same thing with Buck Rogers. Well, I know why Buck Rogers fails because they got involved and said, well, we want something cute. Stop putting cute things in my cartoons, damn it.
Well, when kids are involved, people invariably want to go that route and keep them, as innocent and pure and that sort of thing as long as
it's aiming
possible.
at girls. It's aiming at girls. That's what
It could be. It could be.
Yeah, well, you just create girl programming. Like, fuck, man.
Well, I look.
It's
Girls
all-
like
it's-
different cartoons than boys. What's wrong with that?
Well, it's always about taking from the boys, right? It's never about creating anything independent.
Well, women control the economy.
Well, no,
this was
seriously.
1980. This was
that shit was going on back then too, man.
Well, a lot of it is, if you actually look at a lot of stuff, the idea is that we try to get the same audience for all of the TV shows.
That shit was going on in the 20s, technically.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to go back to the Frankfurt School and the introduction of cultural Marxism, it was going on before or shortly before World War I, maybe. I mean, there's a reason that they were booted out of certain Central European countries, and they just came here and set up shop up in New York and got involved in the movie business, and now
the banking
nobody
industry
can have anything good.
Wow.
Hey, look,
I just said
it's Justin.
God's honest truth. And now we can't have anything good because
Legally.
Well, I mean, to be fair,
So James, you just broke the law, right?
There's a lot of
did
stuff
it pass the Senate?
Yeah.
I have this.
No, it'll go through the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court will knock it down.
No, they won't.
Yeah, they
The
will.
Supreme Court's 2/3. It's 100%.
care.
Well,
I
you know
don't care.
what? Why does everyone keep relying on the Supreme Court? At the end of the day, get on a jury and jury nullify the crap.
Well,
Stop saying, "Oh, I can be impartial." As if you think it's against the Constitution, say, "Show me in what the crime he committed," and then go vote against it. Stop trying to get off these jury trials and then wondering why you're losing all your freedoms. There's jury nullification. You can do it, and it's perfectly legal. You just don't let them know beforehand.
I am prepared to be a martyr.
Well, to me, I was just like, well, show me what it is, and if I get on there, and it's against the
And if
Constitution,
they won't throw me in prison, they can throw me in prison, and I'll go on a hunger strike.
I was thinking to myself the other day, what if something happened and they threw me in jail, and I would be like, can you make it solitary? Because I need to catch up on my sleep. I literally ask Raven. I would literally sleep for a month straight and be like, oh, time for breakfast? Cool. I'm going back to sleep afterwards.
I'd probably try to gank a chomo right off the bat. Let people know,
Of course.
what's up.
Mm-hmm.
And the best target would be a chomo, if I could find one.
I'd rather go after a guard to make sure my time in solitary would be good and long,
I don't know. They might beat your ass.
It doesn't matter really.
It's okay.
By listening to it, it's 4
Beat my
months
ass,
in
and I get
solitary
to lay in a nice squishier bed because I'm in the infirmary. So yeah, see, Raven backs me up. He would. I would sleep for a month and not even notice.
Well, talking about different things, you got, for the axe equivalent system for the barbarian conquerors of Canu, you got mutant crawl classes. I mean, there's a lot of stuff out there for post-apocalyptic.
Hey, I was thinking about that today. There really has been sort of an uptick in that genre. So going back to my first question, I'll start with you, James. If you were going to run a game, what would have caused the apocalypse?
Well, first I want to say I apologize if I'm in a bad mood, and I'll try not to,
dude. That's one of the things the show and shows like this do is it gives guys old farts like us and old ladies
I would
like
probably run Shadowrun second edition, and I wouldn't tell them. Like they might have a legend that a long,
what's
long
the cause
time
of the
ago,
apocalypse?
There was a mushroom war, but I would never tell them anything.
But what's the cause of the apocalypse?
Oh, well, I was thinking, what would the players know? The reason would be probably, massive war involving high-tech NBC type weapons, maybe even nanites and all kinds of other shit. But the players would never know because by the time civilization would settle down, it would be so long that anyone who might have actually known what happened would be dead. All they would know is that in the past, 2 great warrior nations went to war.
What's up,
like
Joseph?
in
Mad Max.
Well, no, Mad Max. They
How
knew
would you
they
put
knew
it
it was
then,
about
Raymond?
the oil embargo. And
Yeah, but
it was-
remember the beginning of Mad Max 2, it talks about in the ancient days, two great warrior nations went to war, and then the pumps
Yeah,
stopped turning, and
but
man
that
began to feed on man. And
yeah, but that was like some kids that didn't know what the fuck they were talking about.
right.
They was always talking about nuclear war happened. It just happened that Australia survived. You know,
No. There was only ever the one bomb that fell, and it was like some rogue power that got it in Mad Max. The rest was just resource embargoes and the collapse of the oil trade.
doesn't take much. Well, we saw with
Um,
COVID, it doesn't take much to take out the entire chain. You know,
Yeah, but if you want that, you want I just had it on the top of my head. The Wheel of Time. That was a mythos in the history of Wheel of Time. That Merck, America, and Moscow, threw nukes
So
at
is that
each
how you
other.
would do it, Justin, if you were running the
Yeah.
game?
You have it like James was saying so long ago. Nobody actually knows what the fuck they're talking about.
you know what I would do, and I'm going to be completely off of this, is I'd have the players wake up and they have amnesia, and they're trying to figure out where they are. One is it allows me to change the
Hey,
world.
Glenn, how you doing? Thanks for stopping by again.
So the players wouldn't even know what they have or things like that, and it would be the kind of thing of you wake up and then you're trying to find out your own history, not necessarily the history of the world, but your own history. Like why, basically like you'd be in, if we're going to talk about the jokes about it, but you basically be in cryopods and you wake up, okay, and you have no memory of why. So everything's new to you. You're like, what's going on? And I give them some special powers as well, but that way I can kind of lead. If they want to follow like their history, they can, but just put like little things. I like doing flashbacks. Like you remember seeing something about this, and if the players want to follow it, that's great. If they don't, that's okay too. But those are just. But you can lay out the framework and things like that. So then the players are invested in finding about what happened to the world as much as anybody else. And you're not locked in either. That's the other great thing.
Another thing you could do is you could say that a group of scientists took a ship to Pluto, and while they were on Pluto, they found a giant gate, and they opened it up, and then, all hell broke loose after that, and the four great powers came into existence, and the Earth basically become a haunted demon world.
Thanks, Mutant Chronicles.
Where only a few people exist in like fortified cities. That's Mutant Chronicles.
I know.
Well, they opened the gate on Saturn.
I mean, that was
I would be
Saturn. It was Pluto, right?
Yeah. Conquistadors would open the portal on Pluto. Yeah, that was such a great story.
And they let the four dark apostles through. And
for $7, that was a great deal to get all of those books.
Dude, just rub it in. Why don't you?
I paid $1.25 for the hardbound from Modiphius. $1.25 from Modiphius. It cost me more to have it shipped than it cost for the book.
I got all the physical books except one, which they had been sold out of, and it was like a total of $40, but I think like 25 of that was shipping. It was something like that.
When was this?
Oh, this was they lost the license
about a year ago.
They lost the license, so they liquidated stock, and I mean, they weren't joking around when they were liquidating.
Oh yeah, it was
like $40 books were like $1.
Oh yeah,
they were just like getting rid of all of it.
I know. I'm so bummed.
I remember that, but the shipping was like insane to get it here.
You're shipping from France.
It'd be like $1 book with $300 shipping.
No, it was not like that.
Oh, so I'm exaggerating.
It wasn't as bad as trying to ship something to Canada.
No, for me to get it myself.
Like I said, I have everything.
I'm in Canada, remember?
But I have the PDF
Canadian
for
shipping
it,
is insane.
So for the PDF, it was fine.
So with my end of the world scenario, it would be either an AI takeover that mankind then tried to fight against, kind of Terminator-esque, which would give me a reason why all the robots and things like that were cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs and the biggest threat out there. Or I would go something even weirder than that, kind of do the Butlerian Jihad. Nice.
Yeah, that's an apocalypse world. The Butlerian Jihad, because the machines took over Earth and were enslaving everyone to build statues.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or I would do something with the activation of CERN and something weird happened and an influx of mutagenic energy started messing with people, something like that.
So the backstory to Heroic.
No, copy theme.
Minus the aliens.
Reality.
Or Rift.
This is a good deal. If they have this half off again, oh yeah.
I want the original first. I have to have something to compare it to see why they do what they did.
If it's half off, I get it though.
I have the original, and the free league version is superior in every way.
I'm not saying it's superior or inferior. I'm just going to say for value, this is a hefty box.
And I'm telling you, it is superior in every way.
Really?
Well, I have the original.
Yep. Character creation.
I did like the life path.
Firefighting rules are quicker and more realistic. And then other than that, it's basically the same game.
Real quick, I want to address what RPG says here. Oop, why didn't it come up? A world where disease runs rampant. I kind of got burnt out of that a couple of years back for some odd reason. Because I was thinking, that's what happened. With,
for some odd reason.
That's what happened with Planet of the Apes. Because of the story, the astronauts brought back that disease that killed off all the dogs and cats. So we went to the apes for our new pets, and then that went where that went. And I'm just like, I'm not going to do that.
I'm wondering if he's making a reference to John Butler or whatever, the guy who created the yellow sign and Haster and stuff, because there was a story in there where if you dipped humans in this chemical, it would turn them into a statue. And so I'm wondering, he's the guy, H.P. Lovecraft got some of his ideas from this
Wasn't
guy.
it Chambers who wrote that?
Chambers. Yeah, it's Chambers. You're right.
I've been listening to Clark Ashton Smith more recently. I was listening to him for about 2 hours earlier today. For his first things. You can see a lot of the stuff that they pulled for D&D and a lot of these same writers that were all of that era. But no, I mean, if a lot of this things.
That's not a bad one, Doc.
Is whenever I start hearing everything is at the end of the day, it really comes down to what kind of world do I want to put them in? Are they going to be a high level post-apocalyptic? Are they going to be just above, scraping by post-apocalyptic? Are they going to be basically barbarians?
So far, just to round up, the way I said was the best way.
No,
because it requires no explanation. And you can do anything you want from that point on.
Yeah, I already did mine. I did the same thing. So mine was different than yours.
Well, next week, just so we
no
don't
one
go
knows
off
why,
topic,
then you have nothing to answer for.
Next week, the discussion is going to be post-apocalyptic on a galactic-wide situation. Like the entire universe that used to be starfaring is now all jacked up. So let's try to keep it to Earth or one world for now, because I was thinking about it's like, wow, I could really see how that, in like a Star Wars, Star Trek, Traveler, Star Frontiers kind of.
It did happen in Traveler.
It's 40K. That's all it is. 40K.
Well, no, I was thinking a little bit. I was thinking way less stuff working properly.
Well, no. We're talking way
War
back.
and the vampire fleets. The Imperium of the Third Imperium collapsed, and every planet just basically was on its own. And trillions upon trillions of people died because on any planet that you required food imports, they just starved to death. So yeah, and eventually over time, behind the claw in the Spinward main civilization started up again, like starfaring civilization.
Well, I mean, if you look at this was
or BattleTech.
It was pre-Emperor, basically, is what happened when you talk about 40K, and the Emperor came back to reconquer all these planets that he lost. So but I mean, it's the similar aspect.
Well, the time before the Emperor designed the Thunder Warriors and conquered all of the kingdoms of Earth was straight up Road Warrior, Mad Max type bullshit. When you had techno barbarians, you had mutants, you had demon worshipping kingdoms doing crazy ass shit, and the Emperor finally decided it was time to actually take a hand in shit and put an end to it. You know what I mean? And it took years to conquer Earth, and then he had to make an alliance with Mars because they were, in my opinion,
at the end of the day, though, a lot of it is regardless of whatever setting I have, even if you want to consider modern, you're still inheritors of a post-apocalyptic. The question is how far away are you from that post-apocalyptic? I mean, we still are arguing about Göbekli Tepe and all these other things that occurred, 12,000 years ago.
Thousands of years, but entropy doesn't matter. So if you find a car, it might still work.
Blew up.
Otherwise, I mean, your post-apocalyptic world is D&D. If you force entropy to be a thing, unless you're playing immediately after the Holocaust or whatever that happened, then
I don't want to play a game in 1937, bro. Or 1947.
Calm down. Yeah, that's why in Gamma World, no one ever stops to ask why the rubber is still rubber and not crumbled to dust.
Oh, let's not forget Pugmire.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. Well, in Pugmire, most of that stuff has gone away, and if you can find any of the artifacts,
well, I mean, you can always hand wave it that it was in the future when the event happened to a point where they started making better materials so that your things like your rubber didn't necessarily deteriorate.
It's not rubber. It's neo rubber.
Right.
Super rubber.
Well, like everything else,
so that you
depends on how far from an apocalypse do you want to be.
And the cars are made out of trombonium, so they never rust.
Right.
They're made out of trombones?
Trombonium. You heard me. Don't act like you didn't understand what I said.
Yeah, they're made out of trombones.
No, you're just being a jerk ass.
I definitely
and people are asking sensible questions. The whole point of some of this is that you can seed your world with the ancient histories as you make it through, which also encourages players to go explore for information, not just treasure.
Well, if you're playing Gamma World, there's nothing to prevent you from starting your players off in a village that's maybe at black powder level, muskets maybe. And then you've got your humans and your altered humans living in the village, and they only know pretty much a few miles around the village. Maybe there's a city somewhere that they know about. And other than that, it's leaving the village and exploring around and fighting mutants and, and like maybe there's a famine going on. Maybe they got to go out and try and find
famine in Fargo.
Yeah, almost like famine in Fargo, right? And they got to go out and find food because their village is going to starve.
That was a really good one. It was better than I thought because I'd had it for 40 plus years and never read it all the way through. And
it's actually really good.
Mm-hmm. It's got enough tongue in cheek, moments of humor to make it just.
The giant mutant chickens.
Yeah, it's just like, who does not want to, go
but think about then your players travel into the hills exploring, and maybe they encounter batters, like got a little kingdom up there underground, and we all know batters are kind of asshats, so it depends how they deal with them.
For those who don't know, they're badgers in the future that can walk around basically uplifted.
Yeah, humanoid badgers.
Yep.
And they pretty much are angry all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But you see what I'm saying? If you don't worry about it and you just let the game unfold as it unfolds, then you can literally add anything at any time without ever worrying about, did I do something that contradicts something else? Don't
Right.
matter.
Well, and the other part is the unreliable narrator. The problem that I have all too often is when you don't have an unreliable narrator.
Okay, Doc.
All the dilithium blew up.
Well, I was talking to Grumpy Old Slan, and there are a couple of things he didn't like about Fireman from Fargo, but he's been playing it with his group for a while.
Well, it needs to be the first. In the module series, it needs to be the first one, not the second one in the series, so to speak. It really is a starting point with the characters.
What was the events of the first one?
The first one is it could be a first run game, but Famine and Fargo, you literally start out as teenagers going on that rite of passage to become adults, and
you said it was part of a series. What were the events in the first one in the series?
Oh, it's not. Well, it's not that kind of a series. It's just like G1, G2. They could be separate.
Yeah.
They could be intertwined. But if you're going to intertwine them, you got to reverse the numbers on the cover.
Yeah, you had one with the flying.
What's the
thing?
In the first one, your town and local area is being attacked by these mechanical golden warriors, Legion of Gold, and you go on a bunch of adventures. But the danger level is higher, the rewards are higher, etc. So you can't really do that. Then suddenly go back in time to where you're. Well, I mean, I suppose you could, where you're now like 16 years old and have to go through the rite of passage.
No time travel.
It's called a TPK.
Yeah, Legion of Gold is very tough.
And then you get involved with Bonaparte.
Yep, I haven't read that one yet. It's on the way. I'm really looking forward to that one.
Which is the mutant animal supremacist nation ruled over by a bear that's convinced he is Napoleon Bonaparte. So, and they basically hate pure strain humans, like with a freaking white hot passion. They pretty much hate mutant humans too.
Yeah, the first two were really good, Doc. It's just, if they had done it the way I suggested, then you could literally start and run a campaign. Here's the one, here's the next one, and then at that point, go wherever you want. And those two games or two modules had enough stuff in them to where you could run those two modules, and it would easily take you, as much as 6 months if you explored every nook and cranny and all.
Oh, it had that big hex map that you could mess around with. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, well, how about a different kind of post-apocalyptic? The civilization ended 7 years ago, and you're camped out in a basement in Krakow, Poland. Now go with that.
Hey, what's up, Grumpy?
Well, we got two of them there. You've got which I didn't get the book, but was the if you talk about post-apocalyptic, let's not also forget The Walking Dead for the RPG. Mm-hmm. And then you've also got like Twilight 2000. I always,
I think that's what James is referring to.
Oh, I know. But
Krakow, Poland.
Yeah, I know. I have the books.
I've never read. I never got a chance to read those, so
I have the first, the second, third, the 3.2, the 20 Twilight 2300 or 2013. I mean, I pretty much have every book for that game.
Well, and the idea was that Twilight 2000 was supposed to tie into 2300, but then they kind of separated the two licenses.
Right.
But not, but that's back in the day when it was all the same GDW, which sometimes has the problem of these others. But there's a lot of post-apocalyptic out there that I'm not even against post-apocalyptic. I think the problem that I have with it all too often is that everyone wants to make it so it's the most depressing setting possible, rather than, hey, we're going to go back and rebuild civilization.
That's why Gamma World paved the way, I think.
There's got to be a glimmer of hope.
Yep.
Right. And with Gamma World, with the mutants and the mutant animals and the mutant plants and all that stuff, it added sort of a little bit of a humorous aspect to it, especially if you look at some of the artwork in there. That picture for the hopeless character, you guys remember that picture with the
like one leg and a snork face, and like
his feet were his legs were where his arms should be. It was just like the most pathetic, sad looking, and the expression on its face is like, just kill me now. You know, why did you
And
roll me
from-
up?
I mean,
Really, you always have all of their post-apocalyptic games. Elysium, Mutant, Year Zero, the animal one, and then the robot one.
Yeah,
And they all connect together. It's the same world, but it depends on what you want to play.
2E is universally viewed as the best.
Yeah, 2E is best.
Gamma World.
Yeah.
I like a lot of these. I
Omenau's
like the
probably
idea of
looking for his
post-apocalyptic,
books.
but the problem, I think,
Of course he is.
comes
I have them too, but
par for the course.
I'll never get anybody to play them, so whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Around here, it appears to be D&D or Vampire and nothing else. That's what happens when you game with chicks, man.
I don't know. I had a lot of success with my superhero game because believe it or not, the most of the girls who were playing had literally never played any other game, so it was easy to okay, just pick it. If you haven't read a comic book, you've at least seen a comic book. You know what the concept of superheroes. If you could be a superhero, who would you be, or what powers would you want, and then go from there. Wait. Does the exclusion zone from Stalker count? I don't know what that is.
Stalker is a role-playing game based on a book that also had a movie made of it, all of the same name. It's about alien artifacts in a nuclear waste zone
in Ukraine.
In Ukraine. In the former Soviet Union, right? It was a book that came out of the Soviet.
Chernobyl, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's former. Yeah, you're right. 100% right.
And then
it's like Ukraine has Stalker and Russia has Metro.
Yeah.
So this is what James is talking about with the Mutant Year Zero, Mutant Mechatron.
Yeah.
That was Metamorphosis Alpha.
This is, well, I think that was one of the games out there, but and then Gin Lab Alpha, where you can play the animals.
Yeah, Gin Lab Alpha.
Roadside Picnic. Okay, I've heard of that.
And
Roadside Picnic was the book. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, yep. Oh, there's
Metamorphosis Alpha is kind of post-apocalyptic, except the players don't know they're on a massive, giant red dwarf type ship.
Yeah, you know what? Throw the link to Grumpy Old Slan if he's willing to, because he's been running a Gamma World campaign.
Yeah, he started a convo with me, and
I don't have him on my.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put it in the thing and take a chance. Grumpy, you want to pop in?
Hide your eyes, Justin.
Or even Doc. Either of you two guys want to pop in and hang out with us.
Just
there's
in
the
case
link.
it's a penis.
Right. I will.
Still have nightmares.
That's why I was trying to look out for you, little guy.
Thank you.
Hide your eyes.
He hasn't seen one before. It scarred him for life.
Until we know.
I've worked in a gym. I've seen a lot. It was never that waxed before.
Yeah, it's always
you're
like
the one that
75-year-old
like
dude that's
putting it in there. I'm
naked.
just like, so what? I don't care. I don't look anymore.
I'm a highly visualized person. I remember things by their sight, and I have nightmares.
You go to the gym, there's a 60-year-old dude walking around the showers, buck-ass naked, dragging a snake behind him. And it's just like, what are you doing, dude?
Holy crap. We got both here. All right. Grumpy and Doc. Nice to meet you guys in person. How's it going, guys?
What's up? Hey, I recognize you.
It's going well.
Glad to hear it, guys. Always nice to have people in the show.
I figured Grumpy would be a great one since he's been actually running an active, post-apocalyptic game. So.
Yeah, he was telling me about it. It's up there in my top 5 favorite games of all time, and I miss it.
I never saw. I'll be honest. Is the entire time growing up, I never once saw Gamma World. The only way I heard of Gamma World referenced was from Dragon Magazine, and that was it.
It was the first TSR box set I bought for myself.
I was lucky. I came across a Module.
You know what? I think it was my first one too, James.
Shadow, can you boost the volume on our two new friends here?
On Grumpy, at least. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's really quiet.
And I haven't.
Oh
heard
yeah,
Bob say
you
anything.
guys are waiting.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hey, Mini War Mutt. What's up, bro?
Okay.
I used to watch. I still watch your shit all the time.
Yeah. Whoa, hold on. Boosting your volume. Hopefully, you won't blast us to the rafters. What's up, Mini Warmut? Thanks for hanging out, man.
Yeah.
You doing another challenge anytime soon, Mini? If so, make sure you let me know. I need
Didn't
to
Mini
let it
War
up.
now Mini War Mutt? He used to do a lot of Oathmark content like a couple of years ago, I think. If I'm thinking of the same person.
You can tell I haven't even opened this book up because I can still hear the crinkle as you open up the pages.
Mm-hmm.
Like he'll tell me or not, but I seem to remember watching a lot of his videos about Oathmark. Wrong Mutt.
This is
Okay.
okay.
You know, there are a lot of games I'd love to play. It's just trying to get the time. Like when I was a kid, we play everything and anything.
I know, right?
And you know, even if you want to consider
September?
this, Robotech was
You're
considered
killing me, man. September.
post-apocalyptic.
Well, it's like I keep telling you, if you guys start framing your games around shorter overall campaign structures, you'll be able to get more in.
You mean like have a definitive ending date?
Well,
Or
you know,
scenario.
don't, and then this happens to just extend your time in that world. You know,
What it means is treat it like you would a module. It's
Yeah.
unrelated to everything else, and you know, you can
Yeah.
drop it in that.
Don't-
So
I remember, like back in when I played in the '80s, we were playing a different game almost every other week.
Oh yeah.
Because all this stuff was coming out, we wanted to try it. We're like, "Oh, this is
Yeah.
awesome!" We got
Well,
Yeah, if I tried that, I'd get
We have
divorced.
2 retired people here, and the rest of us have jobs.
I'm practically retired.
I'm very slothful at work, so I'm semi-retired.
You're telling me with that
I got
divorce statement
15
there, James.
left, and even after
Yeah,
that,
he walks around with a 5-gallon bucket all the time, so no one will mess with him.
I learned all these tricks in the army. Just walk around with a clipboard and look pissed off all day. Nobody bothers you.
All right, that's part of being the E4 mafia, man. You got to learn the tricks.
Delegate everything.
Yep, that's what privates are for. And then go take a nap in the broom closet. Or the back of the Bradley, whatever. You know?
This is my home office, and I do have a bed in it.
It's like, no one ever checks the Bradley.
Oh.
what are you doing in there? Oh, I'm checking out blah blah blah.
Yep.
I'm doing long form
Inventorying
observation.
the brooms.
Component part.
You can always line, say you're checking out the cable hookups for the radio system or something.
That sounds like fun.
That
Yeah.
wasn't snoring. That was.
Something that always bothered me about the radios in the military. You could go out to Radio Shack and buy some crappy ham radio that would work out of the box, but we would always spend 3 freaking days trying to get our radios to work just in the motor pool before we went in the field. I don't know how that happened.
Yeah, we were still using Vietnam era
Because they were
radios
created by the
when I
lowest
very
bidder.
first got in. They
The
were just on a vehicle mount, but it was still the Vietnam era freaking PR-70.
Yeah, Shadow. The things at Radio Shack are also made by the lowest bidder, but they're made with the parts that were rejected for everyone else. Yeah,
So,
How do you even remember Radio Shack?
I used to love Radio Shack. It's where I bought all
Okay.
kinds of little
Yeah,
tech
my,
gizzards for.
my
That
old
was
my old
sad
man.
when they died, and they're trying to like rebrand themselves as the Shack and be all like cool and hip. It was just like
Here
just die.
they called them the. Here they called it the Source, but the problem with Radio Shack is like the tech stuff you would buy there, you could order it from Amazon or wherever. Like, okay, so if you wanted some LEDs, you go to Radio Shack and pay $7 for 3 of them, or you go on Amazon and pay $12 for 100 of them. You know,
Well, we didn't have Amazon back then, but I know what you mean.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
that's what killed it, right? Like that.
Mhm.
That and
Actually, you know
tech
what
stuff
killed it was the end of the CB radio craze. My old man, his gun shop, we also did CB radios, and when those sort of died out of fashion, so to speak, for the the big craze, the convoy, and all that. As soon as that was over,
But the
Radio
other thing
Shack.
that killed it is when you used to buy anything, a TV, a fridge, whatever it was, the instruction manual for it came with complete schematics.
That's true.
So all you needed was like, a voltmeter, a couple of tools, and you could check out, oh yeah, this is the resistor that's wrong. Let me go to Radio Scrap, buy it, solder it in. There it goes. It's fixed.
No.
Now you don't
Everyone talks
have
about
this.
Radio Shack, but does anyone remember Fry's and how
Oh,
big
yeah.
it had its stuff in there?
no,
Yeah,
we
that
That was
didn't
the
have
problem that I
lasted
had with Fry's. Is by the time that it was near the end, I had one open up in Austin. My friend was saying it was the greatest thing ever, and they used to have all the different types of resistors and transistors, capacitors, and all the stuff. Build a lot of that stuff. And, most people lost that skill now.
Yeah. Well, there is still a thriving community of those kind of people out there. They just like I said, you won't go to a store where you're going to buy one or two parts where you can buy them in a lot of 50 or 100 for
Also,
less.
the manufacturing culture has radically changed. They make stuff so
Yeah.
you can't fix it now.
Yeah.
They don't want you doing that.
But
As soon as you do, it voids the warranty. It voids the warranty.
it voids the warranty you pay for, not the manufacturing warranty that's federally required. In both our countries.
They're not allowed to do it for third party to remove your warranty. It's just on.
Yeah.
They'll put all those warnings in there, but yeah.
Yeah,
And they'll design stuff so that if you even open it up, you break it if you don't know
Yeah.
exactly what you're doing.
Yeah. But like there's a pretty thriving community, especially since 3D printers came out, of people just making their own stuff from scratch. Like if you want like electronics, there are companies like PCWay that will print your own circuit boards you design yourself, and they have their own programs, so you can do it right on their own interface online.
There are people who make their own custom 3D printers. That's a fact.
Well, not just 3D printers, but just general electronics.
Well, I don't know about general electronics, but I was agreeing with you on the thing I did know.
I was watching a video this afternoon of a guy who made, that thing in Vegas with all the lights, the dome.
Mm-hmm.
He built one of those for his desk that had like a light pattern and all that you could touch and it would do all the patterns. He designed.
So here's a question then. In Gamma World, if you went into a Radio Shack, do you think you'd find anything useful?
Yes.
It depends on when the bombs fell.
It doesn't matter when the bombs fell. The Radio Shack is still there.
No. If the bombs fell before 1980, yes, you'd find useful stuff. If it fell after 1980, no, you wouldn't.
You wouldn't find a Radio Shack to begin with.
No, they started to go down around
it's
2000,
a fantasy
2005.
sci-fi game. There could be a Radio Shack.
Yeah,
I wouldn't call it Radio Shack. I would call it probably like Radio Hut or something else.
Yeah.
One half the store is electronics, the other half is pizza.
Well, no, you could have Radio Hut and you could have Pizza Shack.
Our product good for at least half an hour, or your pizza's free.
Hey! If it's one free mutation, or
well,
like,
you know when
what
they
do you do
started
if you went into Radio Shack and the humanoid android that actually used to work there is still there?
Yeah.
One of my favorite things about Gamma World is if you were a mutant with an 18 constitution, you couldn't get a negative mutation. So if you found a fusion rifle, you could just sit there and blasting yourself in the face over and over again. Little loophole they didn't think
Sir,
of.
you're out of the game.
I'm just saying that would be
Until you
kind of
level
a
crap
cool encounter,
therapist.
though.
Damn it.
That's brutal. I never thought of that.
That would be a cool encounter because there's this thing from the past and you're in a store full of things you don't know anything about, and the thing from the past greets you, but it don't know anything except the things in the store. So it's ultimately kind of useless, but it can tell you where to find transistors or some shit, what shelf they're on.
Yeah,
And
that's
can
one
even
thing I
do
was
it
thinking
like
about.
the robot bartender in the sci-fi movie.
Yeah.
So that it doesn't actually have legs; it's literally just like attached to the counter.
Mhm.
Mhm.
I mean,
That's
that
one thing
would
I
be
was wondering about.
cool.
What I would do is have it, what is it you wish to repair, sir? And give you advice of what the parts you need to, but assuming you know what everything is. So, yeah, here, just slap this resistor in, it'll be fixed. But he doesn't tell you exactly where and how to do it, but
Right.
that.
Or it's like a clerk in most stores, but worse because it's programmed to be this way. It upsells you on things you don't need or won't actually work.
Yeah.
You need the G74 transistor, and the thing doesn't take that whatsoever. It's like you need a AA battery instead.
Yeah.
Well, the other part
it
that
might
comes into
know
this,
what shelf portable radios are on,
But
and
they're
where
in
you can
stock.
get the battery for them, and tell you how to use the damn things.
But it'll sell you like a radio, and then sell you the wrong battery for the radio because it costs more.
well. Here's the other part that comes into it is, we've run out of that. You can go to our warehouse in such and such location to get the part. You can send characters off onto your own.
Send you gives you a street address that you have no idea where to even.
The entire
The
neighborhood
city
is
isn't there anymore. It's just a crater.
That could be an interesting place where he could like repair stuff for you, but he would demand like that you pay for it with like old world money that you'd have to go hunt down.
Well,
Like,
Justin
he wants $50. Where the hell do we get $50?
Justin brought this fact up inadvertently that he could be crazy as shit.
No, you've never had a store clerk do that to you.
But that leads into he could be insane, like murderously insane. Even
snap!
He could start giving you advice that would actively hurt you. Like if you build all these things together and then push this button, it'll be awesome. Except he's telling you how to build a bomb.
Oh, speaking of which, little side note, because we were talking about Fallout earlier, it's free on Amazon Prime right now if you have it to play the game.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the first one.
Yeah. So if you have Amazon Prime, Fallout, is it 3 and New Vegas are both available to play.
I just brought for Christmas. My wife and I bought my nephew the Fallout starter box and the core book because he's a big fan.
I saw that they Modifius had it for 50% off a little book back, and then one other thing. But I mean, it's just not my kind of thing. But I do like the humor that goes with it. Right now.
Hey Bear, I just sent you a message. I can only have 6 people at the moment.
Yeah, I sent them the same thing.
I don't feel left at all. Nope, not one bit. I'm so sorry. I sent him the link with the usual cast of miscreants and malcontents, and then Omen had to show up. So
well, you know what? I can head out.
I'm just picking on you because I hadn't seen you in forever. And I wanted to make sure you're doing well and stuff. I
got my compression socks on and my my.
Okay.
I feel like I've seen too much of you now.
Yeah.
I didn't pay for feet pics. That's because I didn't want them.
So I've been taking the prednisone. I need to finish off the prednisone, and then I should be okay. But yeah,
he's the best.
Prednisone.
Well, yeah, that's what she gave me was prednisone to calm down the tendinitis.
Yeah, it's good for inflammation, but it'll make you hungry and it'll make you fat.
Yeah, but I only had enough.
He's always hungry.
That's base. Yeah, but I wasn't eating for like 3 days because I was in so much pain. So I'm happy to get.
Oh wow! I can't even imagine
that. Those weren't days, Omanal. Those were minutes.
I was on prednisone for like a month.
Ooh.
and it'll blow you up if you're not careful.
Oh yeah.
So hey, I know Justin probably doesn't remember this, but in GW, they had those charts, the flow chart thing, where you were trying to figure out an item, how to work it, which were just freaking so aggravating as a GM. It's like, oh my
They
god,
were hysterical. They were hysterical because you could like blow your head off with a laser pistol from a bad roll.
Yeah.
But then you got 2 good rolls. So, oh yeah, you could run the nuclear power plant.
Right.
Use that.
Well, it was more than 2
Yeah.
rolls, but yeah. Did you guys use them or
Yeah,
did you just,
that's one of the best parts.
Yeah,
I
it was
not
hysterically
only
weird.
I not only use them, I make my players use it multiple times for the same device. So you get a laser pistol, you figure out how to shoot it, great. Yeah, shoot it a couple of times, it stops shooting. You got to run it again in order to put the next power cell in it to figure out how to put that in.
You accidentally knocked it into a setting you are not familiar with.
Yeah.
or you hit the dismantler button.
Yeah,
and it just
or
falls
if they
apart.
want to repair it, they've got to run through the, one more complex chart. So there were like 3 or 4 charts. I forget. I have 3, and it's like the simple stuff, the medium complexity, and the very complex stuff. So like a laser is really simple, but if you want to repair it, it's going to be a more complex task. So you get to roll on that. I will admit it, like for example, if you're trying to recharge a laser, it's not going to shoot you by mistake. So there is additional safety there to some extent, but not all the time. It depends on what's wrong with it, with the device. But I like using those. They're kind of like a mini game.
Yeah. That's the only thing I didn't like was the time it took away from the game because you had to go through it. It's like, okay, one player is now, the center of attention because they're trying to figure out how to work this item.
But a lot of that stuff should be done in your downtime.
Well,
game.
You can allow more than one person to try and figure something out.
Well, because
you
I
have
always
2 people looking at a thing trying to figure it out.
Yeah, there should have been some sort of rule like that.
And if you're good at description, then it's going to be an enjoyable encounter for the players. You just got to be able to describe what they think they're seeing.
Right. Unfortunately, with that, if you keep things, like a laser pistol, well, after you've described it, they're like, oh, okay, well, I know what it is, out of character, they know what it is. So, figuring out how to take the magazine out would be, kind of easy. So you kind of have to have a
chart.
Right. That's
but a great template for how to describe those things is Expedition to the Barrier Peaks, where the weapons really don't look like what we think of as weapons.
Right.
The blaster pistol. What? That's a weapon? Like it doesn't look like one at all. And you can sort of, come up with a design that really doesn't feel like a handgun for a laser pistol. It performs what a laser pistol does. And another great example of what that could look like is, I don't know who here watches any anime, but there's a great one called Cowboy Bebop. And there's this character who gets woken up from cryogenic sleep, and she's asked to identify things, and she thinks it's like, a curling iron, a hair, a microwave, and something else. And it turns out, no, the microwave actually cleans your clothes. The curling iron is actually something else entirely. But to someone who's been asleep for 100 years, they look like those devices from 100 years ago, but they perform entirely different tasks.
Yeah, so, that's Faye Valentine.
Yeah, exactly. And you can do that. I mean, so much stuff in Gamma World is gonzo, like all the mutant creatures and whatnot, and even the robots. Why not the everyday technology? Have it look like something completely different. And then tell that to the players. They think, oh yeah, it looks like a laser pistol, but it turns out all it is a flashlight, or the other way around. I think if
That
you
would
want to
be a
do some
fucked up
crazy gonzo
flashlight.
stuff, you have to push into that.
Yeah.
Well, no, think about phasers in Star Trek. Sometimes they look
Yeah.
like pistols, and sometimes they look like little square cubes that you just kind of point and hit the clicker.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
that's another good example. Yeah.
but that's the function. Form follows function, right? So
That was what was
it
cool
would-
about barrier
it would-
peaks is that the clips and power cells all look like coins. You had to slide them in the coin slot, so to speak, to get the items to work. I think that's going to be a kind of a big thing that you're going to have to really work with to try to make all the tech look so different. I don't know why Omen left. Give him a minute, Bear, and if you don't pop back
He
in,
always leaves.
Yeah, but it's longer than normal.
yeah. But normally he either comes back in or he will say, "I'm going to go answer." It could be because he got a phone call from his son and he had to take care of that.
He'll say something in chat, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I hope so.
So I'll agree with you that form follows function, but form also follows the necessity of what it is that is needed
that's
to
function.
operate something. The reason flashlights are this long, 2-inch in diameter cylinder is because that's how you can put the, batteries in the handle, right?
Actually,
had a
no.
power
It's
source-
Maglite who developed that version.
Yeah.
Marketed that length specifically so cops could beat people over the head with it.
Yeah, but
And they are good
that's
for
the
that,
specific.
too.
That's the
quick-
specific
same
reason
with
why they're
Streamlight.
that long.
but a lot of devices are shaped the way they are because of the batteries in them.
Yeah.
I said, even if the players kind of know what you described, that's why
Yeah.
the chart exists.
Exactly.
and-
No different than D&D. If you're playing Dungeons and Dragons and you describe a bunch of little humanoids running at them with rat-looking eyes and ugly mustard-colored skin, out of character, they know that's a goblin.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, why overcomplicate it?
I just want to make this point. Maglite was so litigious to anyone who even looked like they were making variations on their patent. The guy that owned the company sued his own sons over it.
Wow.
Yeah.
But in the far future, he'll be dead, so no one will care.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is true. But you'll still be getting sued by Maglite for making a flashlight out of a pipe and some light bulbs.
Not unless it's apocalyptic.
Just imagine that as the post-apocalypse.
Would there be lawyers in the?
No.
There could be robot lawyers.
Just imagine
robot lawyers delivering a cease and desist on you.
Just imagine it. You're out in the wasteland. You're crouching behind a rock. You've got like a piece of pipe, some battery, a light bulb, and some wire. You cobble together a flashlight, and then you turn around, and there's a lawyer handing you a piece of paper. And he's in like a crisp, clean suit. His briefcase is just like right there.
And it's a robo lawyer.
No, it's just a normal guy. He's just somehow perfect.
Or maybe it's like the lawyer in Metalocalypse who might actually be Nyarlathotep.
Mm-hmm.
No, I was just thinking. It's like he walked
He's
off the
always-
set of a 1980s legal drama.
Yeah, it's like, wait, what happened here?
Oh.
Yeah, he's either Nyarlathotep or Hastur. I'm not sure which one. But he's got to make the prophecy come true. Even though the band don't know that they're part of a prophecy, an ancient Sumerian prophecy.
That's Metalocalypse, right?
I remember in that Gamma World game,
Metalocalypse?
Yeah, Metalocalypse. They'll bring about the end of the earth, but they don't know that.
we found a truck and we found the manual in the glove compartment, so we were all slick. So, okay, we know how to use this now. He's like, okay, but you think you have to do everything in there. So every time we wanted to drive it, we had to like check the tire pressure and the windshield wipers. It was like this 3-hour ordeal to use the thing.
Wow,
You
3-hour
got to
maintenance.
do that.
3-hour maintenance check to take a 30-minute walk down the road.
So it's basically like 40K's litanies of operation.
Yeah. One day, like some bandit comes in, just gets in the truck and drives off. And it's like he didn't do the checklist.
Well, Shadow, the machine spirits have to be placated. Otherwise,
I know. But bad things will indeed happen. So,
Yeah.
And
you
some
know,
machines actually do have a machine spirit.
so
The basic one being a land raider.
I was going through.
Send me the link.
I sent it to you in Discord.
I'll send it to him again.
Okay. In the treasure tables, for lack of a better term, when you find techno gadgets, there were some really powerful things in there. Not just the robots, but like the bubble car. I mean, basically, you've got a George Jetson car that can leave the atmosphere.
RPG.
You know what I mean? There was some really crazy stuff, and random rolls being what they are, you could find some stuff that could just really kind of throw your game into the extreme realm of Gonzo. What's up?
I want to know something. Hey, Bear, I want to know something. RPG Dad, were you possessed by Felix?
I saw that. I'm still watching a movie within my Discord, so if you hear any bleed over, that's the audio from the film.
Yeah. What film is it?
We watched Heavy Metal, and then now we're watching Megaforce with Rift Tracks.
I told someone yesterday to watch Heavy Metal. All praise to Lochnar.
Oh yeah, it's my Lochnar bitch.
Nah, that's the best line.
No. You can have it. Hey,
Dungeon Minister, how you doing, man?
What
Yeah, we all did good, then. It was a really good stream.
Dungeon Minister, if you've never played Gamma World, I bet the kids would get a blast, a serious kick out of playing it, and I think you would too. It's one of those games that can really be appreciated in a lot of ways by just about anybody. And if your kids have ever wanted to run a mutant or a cartoon character, Foghorn Leghorn or Bugs Bunny or something like that. What do you guys think of the with James Keck? Awesome. What did you guys think of the mutated animals?
Oh, I loved them. I played them all the time. I was a big fan of the hoops.
Oh, I was just telling Raven about the hoops last
it.
night. That one picture of them marching in line with the hunting rifle. That was the best. That was just
in second edition, they kind of sleeked them up and made them look like badasses. In the first edition, they look like big ass Easter bunnies.
Yes. Out hunting. That was just. It's so ridiculous, but at the same time, if you're gonna go with the mutations, then you gotta go the full.
I'm just saying this, man. Don't give Raven any ideas. Next thing we know, we're all going to be fighting fucking raccoon cats with machine guns.
No, I've already got her arch nemesis. It is the raccoon spider.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
That's the great thing about Gamma World, though. It was just so unabashedly bonkers.
Gonzo.
It was weird and made no apologies about it.
None whatsoever. No F's to give. And once again, we always get hit with we were exclusionary gamers, etc. Are you freaking high? Have you ever heard of Gamma World? We let anything. Everything was fair game, and that game is like literally a testament to that. Hell, you want to run a plank character, a walking freaking sunflower? All right, here we go. Roll your stats, right? It was there. Although I have to wonder if maybe that didn't start the furry craze.
Furries are wrong.
Tain't right.
But I mean, think about it. Who wouldn't
quote Cowgirl's uncle?
Who wouldn't enjoy running Foghorn Leghorn with an AK-47?
Mm-hmm.
I always played Pure Stream Human, who secretly always wanted to kill all the mutants.
Rightly so. That's
yeah.
But if your group is otherwise inclined, although that would be fun to try to run a group of just regular humans, and now they got to deal with all this.
I am pro the brutalist xenophobia campaign.
Yeah, I was writing that campaign a while
Justin,
back.
did I show you? You might get a kick out of this.
I can barely make it out.
The Samus armor.
Yeah, it's a coalition Samus suit with a railgun.
See, Dungeon Minister is way ahead of us.
See, I got some shit for your DBS right here. Or your glitter boy ass, because I'll railgun your ass while I'm doing like 500 miles an hour. And you'll stand there.
I had a first sergeant in Korea who sounded and spoke exactly like Foghorn Leghorn, and we could never figure out if he was
listen
with
here,
us or
son.
not. He was like, we're always like, is he kidding? Never stopped though.
He's probably from Tennessee.
Is that intentional or?
I've actually never played Gamma World.
I love.
Have you ever played any post-apocalyptic?
Twilight 2000 counts.
Okay, absolutely.
Yeah, we talked about that, but we keep going back to Gamma World.
It was the first. It's going to happen.
Well, I mean, because Twilight 2000, I think, might be just a little bit too realistic for some players.
But we tried to play Aftermath, but we couldn't figure out all the goddamn charts.
Oh, yeah. I was wondering
Aftermath.
when that was going to come up. That game was something.
Yeah, charts should be kept to a minimum.
So, what would be like the high tech level of your world prior to the blast? Would you go full on a nanite, universe where everything is now done with nanites, or would you try to keep it somewhere below that? Bear, let's start with you.
Come here, Scabby.
I don't run a post-apocalyptic game, so I don't have much of a thought on that. Other than if I was going to run one, it would be like Planet Earth or Genesis by Gene Roddenberry, where you are sort of like the Morrow Project Mars thing, where basically you're cryogen people, and then you get woken up in the post-apocalyptic world, and your job is to reestablish civilization.
That is almost word for word the campaign I was running, except that it was a little more PG. Whoa! I'm gonna mute him while that goes on.
And hopefully you don't wake up in the idiocracy.
Yeah.
That would probably be a fun game to play, like a short one.
You know what? That would be
a
along the
one
lines
shot.
of paranoia. Yeah. You wake up and you're the genius, and that's the post-apocalyptic world. You've got to fix, whatever turned everybody into, hard tards.
Yeah.
Well, Alpha City 1 claims to be the only city, but it's not.
Yeah. There is an adventure where you get to a different alpha complex run by a different computer.
Right. And one of the reasons the computer's so jacked up is anyone of white or
Is that what I heard before when you hit?
gets to program the computer. So they're all programming the computer to think different things.
Mm-hmm.
So it's causing the computer to basically be schizophrenic.
This one has a back.
Yeah, it's even worse broken than this one.
And then you're a mutant.
It's got a back. And don't chew on your thumb when you're talking.
Was that about you, Doc?
Okay, Mom.
Doc, what would be your highest tech level prior to the cataclysm?
I actually like closer to modern. The super spacey stuff is fun sometimes, but actually, if I was going to do a post-apocalypse game, if it was going to be a serious one anyway, I would do it pretty much from now, like current technology.
Oh, so you do it like right now?
Yeah, that's what I'd base it on. And also, I wouldn't have it be a complete, utter like wipeout disaster. I would have probably pockets that survived at higher technology levels. Mm-hmm. Probably maybe a couple of city states spread.
Oh, really? Not just like the Zuckerberg, underground complexes where the elite,
some of those, and then there might be like a city or two that's managed to eke out a living that has farms all around it, and they'd probably be like very like xenophobic and not want anybody anywhere near them. Then you'd have
What
your
was that? What was
tribals out in the
that
wild.
series on Netflix about the family trying to get to that one city? That's one of the few cities that survived after the aliens came. Oh God!
Oh,
what
I
was-
know what you mean. I can't think of
Fallen
it.
Skies.
No. But there was these big walls built to keep everybody in, but people were trying to get in from the rest of the world, try to make it to where to get into these uh, you know
Silence. That's the RPG's grandma's suggestion.
no, it wasn't that. Uh,
Yeah, check that out. Um,
but the aliens had come down, and you never see the aliens, but they were controlling everything. Hey, what's up, nerds? And this family is out in the middle of nowhere, and they're trying to get to the big city, and they got to do all this weird stuff.
The
And
Walking Dead.
Colony, yes, that's what it was called.
Colony. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was just trying to think of it because I know the mother from The Walking Dead was in it. I was going to look up her name.
Okay.
And then trace it from there. But yeah, Colony was the one. It follows her family, and with the blonde guy from the Island show,
Right.
Lost.
Yeah. How about you, Grumpy? What would be your highest tech?
It would actually be a hybrid. Like, I'd be happy with slightly more tech, have the laser guns and stuff like that, force fields, but not have, smartphones and not have, the portable computing that we have.
Right.
Like if you can have AI, but it's a big machine that you can't just carry it around in your hand the way we carry a cell phone.
That seriously messes, because they didn't know back then when they were writing a lot of these games.
Yeah.
We don't have AI now, so
no, but what we have access to in the way of information and whatnot would just blow apart your game world.
Yeah,
what about you, Justin? What would be the highest tech you'd go with?
I was talking with Bear the other day on one of these shows about The Postman, but not the movie, the book.
The book is great.
I was there.
The book. Yeah. The book.
So something
Jericho wasn't bad.
So something similar to now.
Yeah, but like we were just talking about the old computer, like there was the AI and then there's like cults and stuff. And we don't know much about the world outside of the area that the Postman's walking through. So there could be like large city states that are still running in that world.
And there's actually, the pre-collapse civilization had genetic manipulation. We know this from the book.
Yeah, but not much.
Not much. It's like the experimental government. It's like the internet in 1970, or, it's something the military has, but not the general public.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish they had done the book more truthfully. Just there's a lot more funny stuff going on in the book.
Yeah.
Not that the Costner movie wasn't bad.
No, it wasn't. What about you, James? Highest tech level?
About 2005.
Really?
Yeah, and probably somewhere in Central Europe.
Just Twilight 2000.
I got that.
And probably my brother would be playing a jarhead because he was one. Not Hungar, but one. And I, of course, would go for a grunt. And we'd probably both die from drinking bad water or getting scraped on something.
I watched this.
Or ate by cannibals.
There was this show that used to be on the History Channel. They'd show it every once in a while about, the big apocalypse kind of thing. And that's what happened. There was this family, and the guy was like a doctor or a nurse, and he was helping everybody, and he finally got to this little outcropping of civilization, and he was helping everybody, and then he got this tiny little scrape on his hand. It got infected, and then he died. You remember that one? Nobody?
No,
No.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to,
but I'll look
I mean,
that up.
Mhm.
yeah, it wasn't like a, it was,
Yes,
they
James.
threw, well, they threw the little mini drama in it, but it was still about, surviving, a big disaster that just
Yeah.
jacks it all up. Yeah, Jericho was good. I didn't get to watch it all.
They fucked with it. Season 2, kind of.
That's what I want to talk about right there. According to the lore, Blade Runner and Aliens are in the same universe, and the Blade Runner universe takes place after World War III, in which the Russians won.
Sounds like future history
Which
book.
could be Twilight 2000.
Mhm.
See, for me, I want at least the robots and the androids and that sort of thing, because they
Yeah.
make awesome bad guys. You know what I mean? They
I don't
really
know. I
do.
think a group of random Polish cannibals could be pretty good bad guys.
That would be terrifying, but on a totally more visceral level. I think real horror, which I don't mind throwing into Gamma World at all, because it is a horrible, nightmarish situation. When you throw any sort of realism in it, there's going to
Yeah,
be
that's the thing. Gamma World is just like D&D with mutations and stuff, which is cool. Don't get me wrong. Twilight 2000 is a little bit more visceral, like you said.
Yeah, well, it's more of a survival game.
If I had the
in
choice,
the true
I'd play
sense.
But did it have a cult of psychotic feminists in it?
You know what? I think when the bombs started dropping, feminism just evaporated into the air.
Yeah.
Once people have real problems, they
Like
don't
once
have
real
to.
problems happen, no one, like all the vegans stopped being vegans, the vegetarians stopped being vegetarians. Like once real shit started going down.
They're the first ones to become cannibals.
That's interesting,
Because
Dungeon
they don't want
Master.
to hurt animals.
That's a great idea.
Androids and modern
You could.
tech, or lower, if the world-shattering cataclysm was an invasion of androids. There
That's
was a
actually
really
kind
cool
of brilliant.
show. I forget the name of it, but it was that the world was actually all androids, and the invasion was humans coming from Mars to try and take Earth back.
Oh, I remember that. What the
Because
hell
the
was?
androids had wiped out as many of the humans as they could during an uprising, but some of the humans got away to Mars and rebuilt their army and everything.
This was a TV show?
I think it was like a TV, not a show though, like a movie.
Like a mini series?
Yeah. And like the
That would be a lot of
androids
fun.
didn't even know they were androids, but the guy
Oh,
who played
wasn't that with? No, that was with. What's his name?
the guy who played Luke Cage.
Yes,
was
yes,
like
I
the
saw it.
main dude,
It had the worst
and
ending
he
of all.
remembered. He was the only android that kept the memory of what they had done to the humans.
I hated that.
So then, when the humans started landing and jacking them all up, he knew why, and then they had to flee to try and get away from the humans. But
I think instead of androids, I would want to go with like genetically engineered humans, like an experiment where they decide to make like almost like a caste system. Okay, we're going to make
so
a lot
like
of
the pure
workers.
strain humans are the bad guys, maybe.
Well, there was a book like that
With the bioroids and
Gods
apple
and
seeds?
Demons, and it was about how these people had basically genetically engineered people to be monsters, and then used them to oppress normal people. Like the monsters had like red scales and a gemstone in their forehead that shot like a disintegration beam or some shit. And the overlords all lived on mountaintops, and then the poor people all lived in the mud. And if you messed up, these things came. So there was a whole novel. I forget who wrote it though. Wrath of Khan. From hell's heart I spit at thee.
Great movie.
Yeah, the best Star Trek movie ever.
Definitely.
Beyond a shadow of a doubt.
What? No love for Star Trek 4? That was such a dumpster
But I mean,
fire.
you did bring up a great point, Shell, which is why in the very beginning I asked, how do you want your character to die? Because if you want a more like heroic, running around through radiated cities, trying to figure out how shit works, then obviously you want to play Gamma World or Mutant Year Zero. If you want a more holy shit, cannibals and enemy armies, and I've got 12 rounds left in my M16, Twilight 2000 might be more your thing. I mean, post-apocalyptic covers a lot of ground, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Right.
One of the games I really like that wasn't it's not strictly post-apocalypse, but it's almost a soft one, is Car Wars, the old Steve Jackson game.
Right. Yeah, that was like Road Warrior.
Yeah, that was set up like there was still civilization, but it was isolated, and you'd have these like armored truck stops between them.
And the same with Dark Future by Games Workshop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The TMNT game, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle game back from the 80s, was also like a post-apocalyptic, you could pick whatever kind of animal you wanted.
Yeah, I told Max, because he loves that game, I wanted to play a snake that had mutated arms and digits and stuff, and that had learned how to fly an airplane. Just so I could fly around in one of those ultralights like in Mad Max, and people could be like, look at that snake in a plane.
I knew there was a joke in there somewhere. I was just waiting for it. Just could feel it coming.
Yeah.
Does anybody here remember, or did they read the Horse Clans?
Yes.
No.
Robert Adams? Grumpy, you did?
Yeah. Long time ago, though.
I'm rereading that series. He wrote something else really famous. Was it The Bastard, or was it... I think it was The Bastard. You remember that?
I'll try and look it up. I can't remember.
Sam
but
Adams?
he passed away a while ago. But it was a post-apocalyptic setting, and Milo Moray was the main character, and he was like a Highlander, and there were others like him, and the only way he could die was like drowning or beheading. But the whole world had gone to crap, and he was trying to single-handedly rebuild it because he had all the memories, because he had survived the blast.
What book was that? That was
the Horse Clans. It's like 16 books, and they're pretty good.
18 total, but yeah.
Fred Saberhagen's Empire of the East and Sword books are post-apocalyptic and pretty good.
I was wondering if someone was going to go there, Dungeon Minister. Look at that escargot. Yes. That would be terrifying, a mutated giant snail.
That is definitely a father joke.
Yes.
See, that joke worked on 2 levels if you think about it.
Yes, that was actually better than the escargot joke, but yes. Nice.
See? It's not the blatant in your face thing that's funny. It's the second thing that you weren't looking for. That's what's funny. See, trying to learn from Norm Macdonald, the greatest comedian of all time.
Potentially, yep.
Well, we'll destroy ourselves before anyone.
He wrote something else though, Grumpy, that was like really big, but it was like historical fiction. But I'm pretty sure it was either The Bastard. I wanted to say Shogun, but I know it wasn't that. But I know that there was a TV show on it, and I'm pretty sure that's what it was.
Castaways in Time and Stairways to Forever. Yeah. Robert Adams.
Hold on, let me see.
The giant snail, and there is a giant snail in D&D too, the Flell snail.
Yeah.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at the Robert Adams ISTV page.
Oh, now you're wrong.
Oh,
what?
Okay.
I'm just telling him now he's wrong.
Oh, okay.
And I stand by it.
I know, I was thinking of somebody else. John Jakes, he wrote Brack the Barbarian. That's one.
Yes. Yeah, okay.
Which was another great Conan-esque series of novels that was literally he literally tried to rewrite Conan, or his own version, and he took no offense when people said, "Oh, this is just Conan." It's like, yeah, because nobody writes enough stories like Conan, and so he did, and it was pretty good.
Mhm.
But he also wrote The Bastard. And I have the Castaways in Time, but I haven't read any of them yet. I'm still trying to make it through the Horse Clans. But do you guys have any other recommendations in the way of novels of post-apocalyptic stories? Because I'm trying to take notes here.
Well,
I would
it's the classics.
suggest-
You ever read Canticle for Leibowitz?
Yeah,
yes,
the great classic.
Well, for a feel good story, I highly recommend Cormac McCarthy's The Road.
The road.
Yeah,
Which could otherwise be called Twilight 2000, the movie.
Yeah, seriously, it's like Ozark Apocalypse or something. The movie, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's like
No, Twilight 2000 is a little better.
I almost cried when they stole
The
that
Road.
one dude's shoes. I didn't, because I'm a man. But
You think
I
so,
kinda wanted
Omen?
to.
Jonathan Winters? He was funny, but I don't know if I'd go the funniest.
Yeah, Omenau's always got to say something silly like that.
Weird.
I do remember him, but do you remember Flip Wilson? Huh?
What was
You remember
that?
Flip
Flip
Wilson?
Really? Are we doing like boomer comedians? Is that what we're doing?
I think so.
Yeah,
Just
Flip
taking a
Wilson
break,
was funny, but no
taking a
one
break
was
from
funnier
the
than
gloom and doom
Norm.
there for a second.
Sorry. Norm was so funny, you can't even understand how funny he was. Like his comedy was in the fourth dimension and shit. It was like quantum
Flying
comedy.
Earth was really good. And I definitely think that was a post-apocalyptic.
Well,
It was
because it definitely is. It tells you right off the bat it is.
Right, but I
Sun's
was
red
thinking
and
like that.
fading out, and all the mountains are just low, rounded hills because they've all, worn away.
there's one
I mean,
writer.
no one mentioned Numenoria or whatever, which is definitely post-apocalyptic.
John Wyndham wrote a whole bunch of post-apocalyptic book. The best known one is Day of the Triffids, but
Oh,
Yeah,
yes, I remember that movie.
the Chrysalids is just brilliant because it's clearly post-apocalyptic World War II. There are mutants. There people are divided into oh, you are not the pure image of God, therefore we will destroy you because you have an extra finger on your hand or whatever. But 50 miles over there's a different group, and their image, because God created man in his own image, so that's why they have this religious theme to it. But 50 miles down the road, it's like, oh my God, you only have 5 fingers on your hand, you unholy heathen thing, we must kill you. So they don't
It's
actually
funny,
know what.
but when it says God created man in his own image, he meant the spirit.
Yeah, I know that. But,
Yeah.
Otherwise, we'd be rounding up all the people that don't look like me or Jesus
yeah.
and whacking them.
I'm sure you give us enough time, we'll get there.
Yeah.
Oh, none of the movie
We're
versions ever did it justice, but the book is I Am Legend. It's
Yes.
definitely worth the read if you haven't.
Yes.
Yeah, it was good. And the
I have that one.
Christ version was good.
Yeah. The Will Smith,
Technically,
not so much.
technically, the Foundation prequel series was
Yep.
post-apocalyptic.
When the empire had collapsed.
No, I mean, technically, Dune's post-apocalyptic, really.
Yeah, we covered that earlier.
Earlier, yeah.
Yeah, we covered that earlier.
But-
Bear, be on track. Know what we're talking about.
Bite my shiny metal ass.
That Futurama, technically a post-apocalyptic. There was an
Is
apocalypse
it?
Multiple
around 20
times.
Yeah, there was several apocalypses between
Yeah, the Earth had been
2020,
destroyed like
Okay.
50 times or something.
22, 30 or something like that.
Yeah.
If you ever watch the time travel thing, they show the city being destroyed then rebuilt.
Yeah.
The boy and his dog.
Boy,
The
was it
story by
I've
Harlan
seen the
Ellison and the movie.
So I'm like a massive fan of all those 80s post-apocalyptic movies, including and especially the Italian ones. Those are the best. Fuck.
Take care.
They always had Fred Williamson in them.
Thanks for.
Well, it was
getting me
easy
with
to film around there. They could just go to the ruins of the war.
Yeah.
I have that book, A Boy and His Dog.
Take care, Dungeon Minister.
What wasn't it
Party on, man.
in a book of short stories? Because that's where I have it.
Yes, have that. There is a comic called Vic and Blood, which sort of goes, what happens after the short story. And he has written more material too about that. So,
Hey, Bear, what did you think of Days of Future Past?
Give me a moment, and I'll give you my full breakdown on that.
I'm trying to think of. I've been looking for the name of a book I read a few years back, but I can't find it. It's about a town trying to survive a nuclear outbreak. The name is escaping me, though. It was pretty good. It was written by a former U.S. senator. So,
Are you talking about the movie Threads?
Threads is amazing.
That was good.
No. Threads is amazing. Like, it is so dark. Dude. Like, come on. Okay. You guys in the States, you had The Day After, right?
Yeah.
And it was
I
very
think that
Hollywood
was based on
movie of the
book.
week, right? And that scared Reagan. Can you imagine if Reagan had seen Threads? Like, if The Day After scared him, Threads would have left him like, I must immediately go to Russia and sign a mutual protection treaty with them. Like, like insane.
The Small Talent for War.
Hey, John Glover's one of his best roles. Okay, so my thoughts on Days of Future Past. I actually am doing a video about this right now that I'm prepping for my channel, which is about the Bronze Age and what comics are best for it. So it's probably the easiest way, without being a douche about it, would be to, give me a second, open up the document and share my thoughts on Days of Future Past directly from what I wrote about it today. Okay. Just give me a second.
For those of you who don't know, it's an X-Men storyline where
well, it was made into the movies.
Did it? I haven't seen it.
The Apocalyptic one?
No, Apocalypse comes after. It's the one where they have to come back from the future and all that fun stuff.
Yeah. With what's his name playing the guy that built the Sentinel.
So here we go. Another seminal storyline from this era is Days of Future Past, issues 141, 142, which explores themes of dystopia and resistance. In this narrative, the X-Men are thrust into a future where mutants are incarcerated in internment camps, a stark allegory for the themes of prejudice and xenophobia. The storyline was groundbreaking for its use of dark future to comment on contemporary social issues, setting a precedent for future comics to incorporate social commentary into their storytelling. The narrative impact is enhanced by Byrne's dynamic and expressive artwork, which vividly brought to life the dire circumstances and emotional intensity of the story. And that's the big thing, is that it basically was the first real pop culture dystopian future comes to our time. And because of that, it opened up, it was so popular, it opened up that we saw it everywhere after that. We saw it in the comics, we saw it in movies, we saw it in TV, we saw it in books, but it's the first one. It's kind of like when people watched John Carter of Mars and they went, oh, this is just Star Wars, or this is just this. Yeah, because they all stole from that one. Yep. So it's the same problem with Days of Future Past coming to the screen so late in the game. A lot of people were like, well, this is just like in Sliders. This is just like this. This is like that Star Trek episode. It's like, okay, but you have to understand, this did it first in the 80s before Next Gen or anybody else did this weird stuff that they did. And this is why it's so important to story, because it is absolutely, like, it's probably one of the top 5 all-time Marvel story arcs in all of Marvel Comics. It's that important a story arc. Mm-hmm. It really changed storytelling in the Western medium and had a massive impact on it. Huge.
I was thinking of the book 1 second after earlier.
That's something that I've always noticed, Bear and everybody else, with the dystopian futures. They're always supposed to be, cautionary tales. This is what can happen if we're not careful. But I've also noticed that in them, there's also other morals that we can learn from these stories. Do you guys ever try to, sneak that into a game like this, or is it always just, murder hobo or survival or things like that? Or do you ever try to, slip in a little, little moral to the story or anything like that?
No,
No.
I play with adults. It's not my job to be their moral education.
Well,
That,
you know,
that,
just
that was their parents, their school, and their church's obligation.
or maybe
not mine.
like test them with
No, because why would I test my players' moral beliefs? I'll test their characters' moral beliefs.
Well,
sure.
yeah, that's what I mean. You know, but you know, in extension, you know, we are our characters. Not everybody can completely play someone vastly different than themselves and totally, you know, cut that off. It's like there's no me in this character whatsoever. I don't buy that.
I can do that.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I like to have a group that aims
Cake.
to rebuild civilization.
Mm-hmm.
If the players choose to align with them, great. If they choose to align with another group, that's also fine. I think most players, no matter if they're murder hobos or not, they'll tend to not go towards let's destroy civilization as much as we can.
What's that line in the Fallout show about everyone has their own version of what a new civilization
yeah, they all have their way of rebuilding the world. They just can't agree on how, something like that.
But now, see, the Fallout show left me wanting to play in that world.
Yeah,
like
yes.
when I was done watching that show, I was like,
game.
I want to play. No, I don't want to play the video games. I want to play a role playing game in that world because that looks like the most badass setting
It exists.
Ever. Yeah. I'm not giving Modifius any more money. Fuck those guys.
Yeah,
they burned me out to Star Trek Second Edition coming out so soon. Like, fuck them. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, like especially you can't announce it 3 weeks. Like you're doing a tour of advertising. It's 3 fucking weeks, man.
Like seriously, you're releasing other books and then you're saying, "Hey, by the way, Second Edition's coming." Then a month later, you got the starter set out. Wait a minute.
Yeah,
that means you've been working on this for a year. You know what I mean?
Minimum.
Minimum. Come
on. Well, you have an advantage in that since they're French and you're.
They're not French. Modifius are British. They're British.
I thought Modifius was French. I was going to say you can curse at them in French. Which
as a matter of fact, Chris and his wife were actually really helpful with me a few years back, and then I finally got what we
lost Shadow. Modifius came for him.
He was having a stroke. He stroked out.
Modifius came for you halfway through that.
He doesn't have blood.
He doesn't have a heart. That's true. Good point.
In order to stroke out, you have to have blood and operating cardiovascular system.
It's true. He just has the organs of slaves stuffed into his body by his loyal servants.
That's what I said.
It's there.
When we were waiting, I said we're waiting for Shadow to finish drinking virgin blood.
Process. It's just I get like one heartbeat every 6 months.
I always assumed.
Anyway, you were making a point.
Yeah, you were saying something, and then you vanished.
Just that I noticed that in the stories of post-apocalyptic settings, there is always, there's things that are deeper than just the action and the excitement.
Did you really stroke out? Because you were talking about some guy named Chris and his wife, and then something happening, and now you're like, it's like you slipped.
I did basically.
Are you an 8-track?
Basically, no. I didn't like the Modifius game rules for Conan and John Carter and Mutant Chronicles. I love the work they do on their projects, but the mechanics I just can't get behind.
Yeah, I only like it for the Star Trek game, and I'm done with that.
I actually gave the Star Trek away to Bloodworth because I knew I was never ever going to play it because I had read through John Carter and Conan and Mutant Chronicles, and I went, if it's anything like that, pass. Just hard.
What I really disliked about those systems were those, I forget what they called them, like challenge points or something. Where
momentum.
Yeah, it's like, screw you. I'm the game master. I'm going to do whatever awful damn thing I want to you when I want. I don't.
Thank you. A fellow control freak at heart. Thank you.
But to answer your question, RPG Exile, never read it, have no opinion.
But momentum does not prevent you from doing whatever you want. It's just a thing that's on the table that the players can look at, so that when you do a thing, you can justify it to them.
What's the opposite of momentum?
What justification is needed? Screw
the negative part of momentum.
Doom. So every time the
Right.
players
Right.
get a momentum or spin a momentum, and you get a doom. So they're
Or in the other
it
system, it's called
basically
threat.
adds
Yeah.
tension to the game.
Except for one thing.
They
One of my
see
players
the
pointed this
doom
out.
building up, and they know at some point you're going to use it.
Now, one of my players had a problem with that when he read Conan, because we were going to play Conan because I backed the Kickstarter, so I had all the books, and I just gave them to a friend, like Shadow that way. But one of my players, he read it, and he goes, "I don't want to play this." And I said, "Why?" He goes, "Because of the way the momentum doom or threat in Star Trek system works." I said, "Explain." He says, "Okay, I'm happy to go through the game living on my dice rolls and just take my chances and see if my dice work out for me." Right. But the other player across the table refuses to do that, so he's constantly taking momentum out of the pool and giving you doom against us. Right. So I'm getting fucked because he's not willing to trust his dice. I was like, oh, that's a really good point. That's a really, really good point.
Fate is a fickle bitch.
You're a fickle bitch, but I love you.
I don't know
Well,
about
as long
this
as
fickle
you tell
stuff.
me you love me, I'll put up with it.
Well, thank you, son.
Yeah. I'm against any kind of like meta currency in a game. It's
Well, then
just
don't play heroic because we have a thing called karma, and you'll hate that.
it's I don't know. It's just this weird. Well, and that's based on the Marvel system, right?
Yep, and that's a meta currency. See, we got to watch out for these blanket
That's-
statements we make as old gamers, because I hear this
Yeah.
all the time. I'm against this, I'm against that, but I love this one game. Well, that has that in it. So
I'm
it's a thing
against
where we got to
blanket
say,
statements. How's that for you?
if you don't like it in
D&D
fantasy,
has the
that's
meta
one.
currency in it and has since a freaking basic set.
Which one? D&D?
Yeah,
What's the meta currency in D&D?
if someone does something really awesome, give them bonus XP.
But that's not meta currency. That's improvement points. Meta currency is when you can spend
Like
points
that's like
to
an
influence
award
roles.
based on an action, though, right?
Yeah, but that's not the same as meta currency. Meta currency is
Okay.
like Benny's in Savage Worlds, Karma and Marvel, Momentum in Modifius. That's the difference.
I like Savage
Yeah,
World, but I hate
it's,
calling it Benny's.
I can't play
Yeah,
Savage Worlds.
Freaking hipster.
I
you
always
know?
expect somebody to hand me a red capsule.
It's like it's such a hipster thing to say.
Right?
Benny's. Wait a minute.
My bookshelf is not on fire, Bleeker. My light bulb is.
I still
Yeah,
gotta
he's
order
got a cool
some of
light
those.
bulb that looks like fire. I thought he was
What's up,
burning
Bleeker?
down the other day too.
Fair
Easy
enough.
Dice 6 is not
You got
bad.
those off
No,
of
it's not. But you might as well just buy West End Games Dice 6, which comes
Exactly.
in 4 different books.
Listen, I
And it's
will say
also
this.
open source.
yeah.
I will say this with a blanket statement. I cannot stand light games. This trend in light games we just went through for like 10 years. I was producing micro this and mini that and easy that. Fuck off. Give me a full game, please. You know, give me a full game. Because at some point, that mini system is going to have a problem that I can't fix using its rules, and I'm going to have to invent rules or make rulings at the time. So why not just give me a goddamn game that has all that in it?
Well, I'm a fan of creating a tight mechanic that will handle anything. You know, like
Sure.
when you're like, there's a lot of games out there that just add pages for the sake of adding pages, and
Yep.
that annoys the fuck out of me. You know, like
So play BX. It's 120 pages total. It does everything you
Yeah.
want.
I still think there's a lot of fat in there that can be cut away.
Really?
Really?
In
I mean,
BX?
literally every spell.
Really,
less
Justin?
than a
BX
paragraph
has
long.
too much fat in it?
Yeah, about 120
Brother.
pages of fat.
Yeah, you just don't like BX.
So just play B. Forget about X.
Play
Out
Foot-Clean
there.
Dungeon and be happy,
That's
okay?
the game I want to
You know, there's this game called Continual Light. You can get a copy from Tenkar. It's like 4 pages. Just saying.
Yeah, it's 4 pages too thick.
Jeez, Justin.
Are you really
I'm just being an ass
I
right
know.
now.
Justin cannot be pleased. So
No,
don't even try.
no.
Justin
Just
is a
shoot it on his face and
contrarian
go
by
home.
nature.
Don't even worry about
You
it.
see me laughing, Kate.
Yeah. Of course we see you laughing. No, that's one of the reasons I love the phase rip system so much. You want to do post-apocalyptic? That system can do post-apocalyptic. You want to do
Yeah,
Yeah,
horror?
it's called
that
Gamma
system
World
can do
3rd
horror.
edition.
You want to? Well, exactly. You want to do sci-fi? It can do sci-fi. You want to do fantasy?
Nebulon
It can do
Sky.
fantasy. You can do anything with that system, and that's why I love that system. And my two
So
favorite
Richard-
systems are going to be D6 and
Dude,
Marvel.
don't.
Justin is a rules light. Where's Felix? No, don't say his name 3 times.
Next thing you know, he's
somewhere
going to
right now
want
in
to know how big
California,
my
an old
hands are.
man's going, "I'm being summoned."
He's actually in Florida.
I think it was in California.
No.
Oh, he's a Florida guy. That explains even more.
Who are
No
you
offense,
talking about?
James.
We're not allowed to say his name. It's already been said twice.
It might bring him.
Are you talking about Shawner?
No.
He lives in California.
You're not allowed to say
We
that
were
even
all
once.
here having a good time, and you gotta.
That's why Bear thought he lived in California.
He lives in California.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
I know exactly where he lives.
Well, you think it's Florida for some reason.
No, the other guy. The other guy.
The other guy isn't real. Could you guys understand? The other guy is not a real person. He's a
it's
manufactured
nerds.
puppet.
It's been nerds all along.
It's nerd. Oh my god.
I could believe that.
I would fucking buy her dinner if it was her. I swear to God. Like that's so awesome if it's her.
I wouldn't buy her nothing because I ain't buying nobody the cheddar biscuit.
Nerds, is it you?
I wouldn't buy her anything because I can't afford shipping to the moon. Shipping to the
You guys
moon.
know the rules. You don't feed them hoes.
I eat fancy
Don't
dinners.
speak that
Well,
way
I've
of
got
dinner.
some fancy feast in the closet. That's pretty fancy.
I mean, I think that was Jay-Z, right? Don't feed them hoes.
Don't speak that way
I don't
about
listen to
nerds.
rap. I have no clue.
Hey,
Wouldn't know.
stop being a white knight, Justin.
In this case, I will be.
By the way, I like your Skinner hat. You gonna go take out Jake the Snake Roberts there in a minute, DJ James?
Oh my goodness, wouldn't that be badass? Except Jake the Snake, I think, died of crack
He's
overdose.
still alive. He's still alive.
Yeah, I know he got on crack really bad.
Oh, bad, real
Yeah.
bad.
You were
Hey,
On
Raven.
my nice ass steak and lobster with 3 to 4 old fashions.
Well, there's 1, 2, 3,
If I
4,
buy
5
some
old
woman a
fashions
nice
right
ass
here.
steak and lobster and 3 to 4 old fashions, somebody's getting laid.
At least a Hummer. At least a Hummer.
Yeah, otherwise that's just not freaking a
not
good
happening.
exchange of.
And by the way, sorry I was late, guys, but I keep getting these invitations to go to the woods with strange women. I don't understand.
Because you're a bear.
Because I'm a bear.
My favorite thing is the meme with the bear saying, "Hey, wait a minute, guys, don't I get an opinion on this?" Like the bear.
I like to go over and put a picture of Bear
that's
Grylls
crazy.
and it said, "What about being in the woods with a man named Bear?" You know.
There's another meme, and it just
It's only
shows a
50
man-
yards from the highway.
It shows a man and a bear like doing the bro clap, like the
Yeah.
Predator, and it's like man and bear team together to stop the crazy bitches.
Anyway, let's not get
They're
off
not
on that
enemies.
fucking tangent because that'll be
Like-
bad.
No, that's a post-apocalyptic event if there ever was
Well,
one.
we are living in a post-apocalyptic dystopian
That's
society,
what I
whether
was
we
saying.
like it
We're
or
already in
not,
a
right?
dystopia.
Yeah.
Sorry, did you already discuss that? Am I late? To
No,
the
we didn't.
conversation?
Okay, Bear.
No,
What
we can
was
discuss it
the
more,
name of
but
our destructor?
technically, yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
we're doing.
What was the name of our destructor? If we're living in a post-apocalyptic
It's
scenario right
goes
now,
with the Gozerian, dude. The form of
Social
destructor
media.
is always chosen.
Yeah, I
social
was on
media?
social media.
Many Zools knew what it meant to roast in the stomach of the slore that day, I can tell you.
it's
Were you not there for the McKittrick supplication? I was. He came as a great and giant slore. Jesus Christ.
The best romantic film ever.
Wait,
it's funny you mentioned slores. Last night we were playing a
Ghostbusters?
Joe's game, and I ended up having to fight a slore with.
the hell's a
in the back-
slore?
Well,
Well,
it was a lizardy thing. I was in the back of a like a F-150, just maxed out,
What game are
trying
you
to
playing?
balance. I was wearing power armor, right? And this freaking thing is coming at me, and because we're playing GURPS, it's second by second turns. You know, combat turns. Every second you're doing something. So I literally hit this thing like 30 freaking times with a laser rifle, and it's still beating the piss out of me until I finally toppled it. But it was just
well,
the imagery was just funny, and then he named it a slore, and I'm just like, oh dear God.
GURPS, the diametric opposite of Rules Light.
Yes, yes.
And role playing.
I hit
was
it
asked to
30
join
times
that
with the
group,
laser
yeah.
beam. Then I realized it was a flashlight.
It's like
No, it's
how
hard
do
to
you
role
role play if you're trying to keep track of all those rules?
Seriously.
I'm actually a huge fan of the GURPS world books.
They're
Those are
amazing.
super useful.
Yeah.
The game itself is trash.
Yeah,
I had a buddy
the setting
who was
books
a
are
history
great.
major who, when he was doing his master's degree, went and bought as many GURPS history books, the books like GURPS Rome, GURPS this, GURPS that, because, and I said, well, dude, you're going to use these? He goes, these are meticulously researched. It's insane how well these books are researched,
Yep.
Like,
And
that's
they
one
do
thing
it
I
on
can give
horseback.
And they're
so-
cheaper than textbooks.
big time.
Yep, Doc, you had me in the beginning, but then you pulled it out. I agree with you.
Don't be pulling it out here. We've already had enough of that.
Seriously. And Justin's fake boyfriend might show up.
The thing that bothered me most about GURPS is that point buy system, there was optimal ways to make characters. So like every character in every game had eidetic memory. Because you were a jerk not to take it. And it was just full of stuff like that.
Man, if I could hit a box and get eidetic memory, I would do it in a heartbeat.
If I had a choice of a
fit-
superpower, I'd go with that.
It would fill
that
up
would
my
be
mind
so
with
useful.
something other than pictures of that guy whacking at that time on chat.
Sorry, Doc. I got to disagree with you. I would take teleport, and I would be the most infamous cat burglar ever. Bank robber. Oh, my
Telepathy.
God.
I want telepathy.
Really? I would
The
never
ability,
guess that.
the ability to read, not telepathy, mind reading. The ability to know what people are actually thinking, regardless of what's coming out of their mouth. Oh, baby, that's
yeah.
Actually,
that
there's
was-
a way to.
that was the power he gets at the end of Highlander. He gets to know what everybody's thinking.
I don't know. I think that's one of those superpowers that might lead you to a very sad and lonely life.
Oh no, it's going to lead me to a cabin in the woods with a bear bulb and a typewriter.
I would want an object that I could hold that would give me that power. I wouldn't want it permanently.
Well,
Careful,
or
because
I'd
you might
want
need
it
a guy at the
at
bus
will.
station who will say, "Hold this."
You
and you'll
guys
have
are
that
all
power.
rookies.
I would want it at will because otherwise you'd be flooded by everyone's thoughts all the time.
Yeah.
See, or maybe I'm too dark because I would want a power that when I decide to turn it on would make every living thing within 100 yards die.
You're just
That's pretty
wrong.
dark.
Seriously,
That's pretty
dude.
dark.
Like, just go buy the leather coat, dye your hair black, and start.
My natural hair color is black, but
There you go.
Yeah.
Like
Jesus,
So
I
I
don't
could
know.
turn it
You're
off
talking about
and everyone wouldn't die, and I could turn it on and everything would. So I could pretty much just go
trust me,
anywhere and
RPG
no one
Dad,
could
it's not
really
so
mess
bad.
with me
It's
because
really not so bad. Once you've gone through a few families and changed your identity, it's really not that bad.
Yeah.
Shut up, Connor McLeod.
objects.
You think he's
can be
cool enough to
fallen
be
and lost.
Connor McLeod? He's
That
that,
is
guy.
dark.
He's that
I'm
guy.
sorry,
Connor
that's
McLeod.
the superpower I would most want. I thought we were talking about superpowers we would want. That's
Yeah.
Yeah, we were.
Yeah.
Hey,
And then you freaked everyone out, being a weirdo.
That's not weird.
Yeah.
trust me, I've wanted that power many a time. I
Hey,
just
James.
Wouldn't say it out loud.
James.
Yes, sir.
You might like this. My Romanian friend just sent me a happy Easter.
Oh, nice.
And by the way, happy
Hey,
Easter to you
Slan,
as well.
what would be your superpower, Slan?
Which
I like the mind reading, but I'll put the
Pokrasty.
caveat
Hold
to
on.
at will.
That's Russian for Christ is risen. That
What was
means
that,
I need
Slan?
to send Alexander Macris a message.
What'd you
'Cause-
say, Slan? James.
The
Slan's trying to talk.
HCK guy, because he's,
James.
Shut up, James.
James. Slan's trying to talk, and you keep talking over him.
so I do what I want.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Hunger.
Okay, so I'd go with
Slan,
Bear.
what were you saying?
Yeah, I'd go like Bear with telepathy, but I will add the caveat of at will, where
Like I
it's
said.
an active power, not a passive one.
Rookies.
It's got to be passive. And it forces you to learn to focus and tune, right? Like anyone else. Like the same thing we did with our hearing.
Yeah.
At one point, we heard everything. Now we choose what we listen to. Same skill.
Yeah, maybe.
Some of us can do that.
Oh, the one right above you has selective hearing. That's for fucking sure.
You know who you don't have to worry about what they're thinking? Dead people. You don't have
Not
to
according to
worry.
Raven. According to Raven, we really have to worry about what dead people are thinking.
Can you imagine having the ability and just taking a flight over to somewhere and standing in front of an embassy and just whacking it
No.
and walking off?
No.
My concern with dead people is how they vote.
Can you imagine how much
First
good
of all,
you could do?
jerking off in front of an embassy, I believe, is a crime. Secondly, I don't think they're going to let you just walk away after you
I'm
whack it at
using
the
whack
embassy.
in a different situation, Bear.
There's a movie called
They're not
Radius.
going to know. They're not going to know because I'm an average guy on the street.
You're
I
the
thought
only
you
one
were talking
alive
about
in the area.
So I walk off.
I wouldn't want super strength. People be asking me to move shit all the time. No way.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
I thought you already had super strength.
No, I just got
No.
regular strength.
You should watch the movie Radius. It's really good.
Okay. Is there context for that, or just randomly?
Yeah,
it's a movie that
his
you like?
psychotic superpowers. That's the context.
Ah, okay. Brightburn was good. I like Brightburn. They're making a sequel.
That was the one with the little
that
kid.
The one with the guy in the radio station?
No, it's the little kid who's it's basically
Superman.
what if Superman was actually a fucking monster.
Oh yeah. He takes
was.
his mom up in the sky and drops her.
Yeah, he fucking train. Yeah, anyway, we're off topic. I feel like Saxius. I got everybody on topic.
And
now.
that's
Jesus.
actually I mean, it's not based on, but the original OP is "It's a Good Day" by Jerome Bixby, which was made into a Twilight Zone episode too.
Right. I knew that's where you're going with that. Such a great show.
What are you, some sort of college boy? Huh? You think you're smarter than a bullet, college boy? Sorry, I went RoboCop. I apologize.
Never
So
go
remember
full
that scene in RoboCop when he's harassing the guy at the gas station?
Yeah, it's a great scene. He's reading the textbook in the stall there.
What are you, some sort of college boy? That's the guy who winds up being fucking a Gamma World NPC at the end.
Yes. He gets all melted into goo.
Little melty. So, have any of you guys ever read The Morrow Project?
Yes, that's one of my favorite post-apocalyptic.
The Morrow Project was this game you could mail order in Dragon Magazine back in the 80s. And they've done reboots of it, but they've never been as good as the first one. You got these little booklets, and the booklets were just... And the Morrow Project was this... It was like Fallout stole from them a lot. The idea that there was going to be this society and they would live in these protected places and you were trained for specific skills. And when the world went to shit, you would come back out and make the world less shit, right? That was the whole point of Morrow Project. Yeah. It was really good. But no, most people have never read it or played it. It's an amazing game.
I still have it. I actually have first edition Morrow Project and several of the modules. That's a great game. And
great setting.
No one's ever heard of it. Well, yeah, the game's kind of bare bones, but
I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, no, it's got too many bones for you, Justin.
Much like women, I like them.
I heard you like women with boners.
No.
I like the way you did that, Justin. No.
See, and I'm usually the one being mean to Justin.
Listen, I want
You're
you to
not funny, Joe.
Tonight, hat boy. It's Easter. Christ is risen. You need to be in good spirit and joy.
Go pray to your zombie
out there, sir.
Zombie. Oh.
Zombie Jesus.
The best Jesus.
No.
That's from
everybody knows
from
You only get to heaven if Jesus eats your brain.
Sweet zombie Jesus. Isn't that from Futurama?
Probably.
Yeah, zombie Jesus is Futurama.
Sweet zombie Jesus.
Yeah.
Good news, everybody. You are irradiated. Anyway.
I love the professor. He's my favorite character from that show.
I don't want to live in this world
Bender.
anymore.
Bender
will always be my favorite for one moment when Hermes was going to throw himself off the top of Planet Express. And everybody's like, don't do it. You have so much to live for. And then Bender yells out, do a flip. I died. I started choking on my drink. It was so good. Do a flip.
They were talking about bringing that show back and excluding that character. What would be the point?
Bender?
Yeah, they're talking. They weren't going to invite him back. What would even be the point of doing it?
Why didn't Bender get his own show? Is more the point.
Yeah, but Bender should have been like Pinky in the Brain.
You ever seen? Okay, so are you guys big Animaniacs fans?
Kind of.
There was. Do you remember Mindy? Mindy and Buttons?
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. Silly lady. Not
Did
your
they
lady,
do a
I'm your
treatment for
mommy.
that?
Right. They did one time. There was just this one vignette, Mindy in the Brain, and it was so fucking funny. Because when she grabbed squeezing, she's like, big head. I was crying. And the song, they're like, one's an evil genius, The other one's the brain. I was like, okay, I got it. It's perfect.
Yeah, they were good.
That was a great show.
I remember that. I think that was on Pinky and the Brain and not Animaniacs.
No, it was on Animaniacs
Was it?
because I never watched the Pinky and the Brain show.
Yeah.
I used to basically I was a bouncer in Vancouver, and I would get home 4 a.m. on a Friday night. 5 a.m. I go to bed. My roommate would have taped the MST3K that played the night before, and then he would tape all the morning cartoons. And then I get up around noon, we'd smoke a joint, order some food, and watch The Tick, Animaniacs. It was fucking awesome, dude. It was so much fun. It's the only part of the '90s I liked. Well, that and Jagged Little Pill. Jesus.
Went downhill once Joel left.
Nope, it went uphill once Joel left and Mike took over. Dear God, I got tired of prop humor.
Well, not because of him, but because of Crow. The original Crow took.
Oh no, he stayed for a while. Trace stayed for like 3 more seasons, and then he left. But that's okay. The new guy's good too. I love them on riff tracks. They're really great. But yeah, Crow was the best. Crow was like the Bender of MST3K.
Yeah.
If you look closely, you can see the driver turn and shoot Kennedy. I feel so insignificant, but then I always feel insignificant.
Oh,
yeah. No, it's a Crow line. I don't ever feel insignificant.
He sent me immediately back. Happy Easter.
Isn't that nice?
It is nice. He's a good guy. I love his game, and he's a good guy.
Who are we talking about?
Alexander Macros. He's the guy that created Adventure Conqueror King.
He's Orthodox, is he?
He's raised Greek. I don't know if he practices, but he was raised Greek Orthodox, which is the same.
Cool.
He and I have had some pretty long conversations about things in the past.
Well,
I mean,
we
I've
talked for a long period of time, and he was there.
That's all I'm saying.
So we've just degenerated into whatever random brain fart we want to talk about now. Shadow, is that what we're doing?
Absolutely. That's
okay. So I ran Heroic last night. I don't know if you guys saw the live stream of the game I ran last night. It was fucking awesome. It went so well. Oh, go back.
No one rage quit, and everybody was
nobody rage quit.
I saw your game, but it was on Shauner's channel.
Yeah, I heard about that.
So it was like,
what?
Yeah.
Somehow I'm the bad guy again. So that's nice.
I don't think so. I think you're a sweetheart.
Well, thank you, darling. You also thought I was gay, so.
Wow.
I didn't think anything. I didn't ask. I did not ask. I thought it was kind of strange. A big hairy Canadian. It was called Bear, but hey, whatever, I mean,
did I role play? No, I ran the game, Mercurius.
So, me, I don't get too curious about shit unless you open up to me, and then
I would like to point out that Shadow set his color for this channel as hot pink. Maybe we need to worry about that a bit.
It's red.
I think
that's not red.
It's bright red.
Awesome.
That's hot pink.
Look at this. Look at that right there.
That's hot pink. That's Rose. That's Dusty Rose. Yeah.
Because my station gave us a shirt so people would know that we are supporters of curing breast cancer.
We are supporters of breast cancer. We would like everyone to get it.
It's red.
No, we don't want anyone to get it. We want to save every tata.
Now it's red. You changed it. I just watched you change it from hot pink to red. You
it got darker.
It got darker real fast.
Not much darker. Not much darker.
Used to be a very masculine color before the last 50 years or so.
One of the best lines Diesel ever had in the WWF was when he was doing a promo where he was shit talking Bret Hart, and he goes, Bret, you're kind of talking tough for a guy who's been wearing pink for 20 years. It's just like,
it's not pink, it's salmon.
I think Bret just put him in a sharpshooter.
That's not any better.
Thank you, RPG Grandma. I appreciate your well wishes. It makes me feel a little happier.
That used to be a joke in like 80s movies when the preppy guy
my happiness level started tonight at like a 1 out of 10. It's getting better.
Well, that's good to hear.
Glad we can help. That's
Yeah.
Let me see if I can drag it back down. Hang on.
Yeah, I feel that way too.
Yeah.
Okay. I got another one. I'm going to start with you, James. Mutations. For or against?
The boringest mutation?
No, are you for them or against them in your games?
Well, in Gamma World, they're kind of a must, and in Twilight 2000, they don't exist.
Mm-hmm.
So, in Twilight 2000, if you get enough rads, you just curl up in a die while blood leaks out of your ears and butt. That's the only mutation you get is liquefied internal organs.
Yes.
That's not a good mutation.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. 4.
Justin?
Thank you, Grandma.
4, but only if they're like in Fallout there.
What are they like in
explain. I've
Fallout?
never seen Fallout. I'm gonna have to watch it.
The
sometime
show.
soon.
Like
I don't
ghouls,
know anything else. Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes
Ghouls?
they're weird.
monsters? What are we
Monsters.
talking
Oh,
about?
there's definitely monsters.
Like super
Def-
mutants?
Oh yeah, super mutants. There's a lot of super mutants.
Yeah, there's Rogue and Storm and Cyclops and Wolverine and
Not that kind of super mutants.
oh, you mean different kinds of super mutants.
And
Sorry.
Deadpool's the best of the lot of them.
That's
Slan,
magic,
are you
though.
for or again? Are you for or again mutations there, Slan?
It'll all depend on my setting. So in my current Gamma World campaign, there's plenty of mutations to be had because that's the setting. You know,
But what if I want
maybe
to play
I'd
Knight
run
of
another
Genetic
one
Purity?
someday that doesn't have any. It all depends.
Like, why would you even play Gamma World without mutations? I can't even conceive of that.
Power armor and hunting.
I mean, I
Knights
guess
of Genetic Purity, baby.
Yeah, I stand by that statement. Knights of Genetic Purity.
Well,
That's
you
the
need
best.
mutants to kill then.
Yeah, well, exactly. The goal is to get rid of it, be complete. Right?
I would love to run a game where a Gamma World game where all the players are the Knights of Genetic Purity.
We
but
already
I'm
established that. Once you get your balls together, we're in.
Where did you leave your balls that you have to get them together?
I don't know, but I'm assuming he doesn't have the balls to start that game up right now with this panel right here.
Well,
the
because you're
only
too busy
problem
playing
is
the
the
Pirates of
scheduling.
Gay Water right now.
Yeah, my scheduling is pretty tight.
We could start right now instead of
Related
whatever
to
post-apocalyptic thing you're trying to make up for next week. We're starting the Knights of Genetic Purity for the next.
Yes, Mercurius. We did mention.
I'm just drafting the first
Paranoia.
timers on this show
Yeah.
to a game.
Well,
For
listen,
everyone's a mutant, but it's a death sentence to be a mutant.
And yes,
do
RPG data did hear about that fungus.
I can't do a Patrick Stewart impersonation, so I will give you my opinion on mutation as if Sean Connery was playing Professor X. Mutation is the key to our evolution. It has enabled us to evolve from single-celled organism into the dominant species on the planet. This process is slow, normally taking thousands and thousands of years. But every few hundred millennia, evolution leaps forward. And that's what matters. That's why mutation is important in a game, because it's an X factor. As long as the game setting fits, the X factor of mutation is fantastic.
Well, the whole
I
point
know.
is that they're
Can you
mutant.
do a Kirk?
I can, but it's really tiring. What you need to understand is that he talks in this weird sort of way. It's.
I mean,
fucked
if
up.
you're going to play a superhero game with no mutations, then what would be the point?
Well, if you're playing a superhero game where all players got their powers from science and there's no natural superheroes, it's a scientific process like the boys, then mutation doesn't fit unless it's a mutation of the science.
No,
Well,
I'm
the
just
science
saying.
called the mutation.
It can be a distinction without a
I think in that
difference
term it would be
the
called an
nature of the
aberration, not a
powers.
mutation.
How about you,
Did they
Doug?
do
For or
something to the
against?
one guy giving guilds?
Well, I totally setting dependent. Like if I'm playing Gamma World, yeah, go nuts. The wackier, the better. If I was going to do a more like serious game, I would shy away from it.
More serious, huh?
Except for more, unless it was like a group, like that, a specific like splinter group that had a specific thing going on. But I'd want to like, for instance, in Morrow Project, there's this race of basically vampires, but it's kind of explained away. It's a combination of like hemophilia. I forget where you can't have albinoism and something else, like stuff like that. I could see, but if it's going to be a serious game, I wouldn't want telepaths and stuff running around because that would just kind of
Exposing toddlers with gamma radiation to the mutation seems reasonably scientific.
Well, your government did irradiate newborn babies' brains to shrink their what's that thing?
Pineal
There's a
gland?
government on the moon?
Well, I'm assuming she's American, right?
She's not. She's a fucking AI. She's a large
Built by
language
the
model.
Americans.
No, that's what you think.
Oh, a nerd is Chinese.
No. Listen, you sit here in your puppet show of nations and believe it's all real. Nerd understands the truth, which is that she was built by the 300 families that run the world.
Israel.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yosef, don't start tonight, Yosef. None of your bullshit tonight, Yosef. We don't have time for your bullshit, okay? Shalom, Shabbat. It's the fucking Sabbath. Be nice.
She built
That's
America.
about to become a felony in this country. So,
So
let's
she's
stop
so-
it.
so Nerd-
It's already a felony in this country.
It's
so
funny in
Nerd,
this
that means
country.
you're an Atlantean construct?
I built the Americas. You got it backwards. Yeah, she's actually Lemurian, sir. She's their last best hope.
Mm-hmm.
She's gonna bury your fucking Atlantean ass, Shadow.
Yeah. A nerd was specifically constructed to fight you.
Yep, it's Highlander, but it's weird Highlander.
Yeah,
That's the
best
game.
Highlander.
There's
best
only one
Highlander,
Highlander, and the rest
Highlander
are AIs.
AI versus Highlander. What a
It's a
shit
battle
game
to the
that is.
best. A very sensual battle.
I think I saw that cartoon.
Did anybody ever
Highlander
watch
cartoon?
the French Highlander cartoon?
What's
This
his
guy
name?
right here, like
Oh,
8
really?
times.
Okay.
I love that cartoon.
Zach
French
Brannigan.
Highlander cartoon.
Yeah.
There was a
Canada.
Highlander cartoon.
Slan.
I've never heard of this.
M'écoute 2 secondes. Votre français est mieux que mon.
Ouais.
Dis-moi pour dire en français, there can be only one.
Il peut juste en avoir un.
Ça, je peux en avoir un. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Doesn't sound as good in French. Never mind.
No, it doesn't.
That's
I mean, I could
strange,
find
sir. I
a
was
weird
thinking
way to
Clan.
put
There's
it.
one Highlander movie and nothing else exists.
Like every time he spoke, I
Il
was
ne peut
picturing
y en
him being
avoir
from New
qu'un.
York City.
You guys know me. Highlander 2 was the best. Sorry.
What are you talking about? There's no Highlander 2? What are you talking about?
Highlander spewed the
Free
Men of
secret-
Geist. What? What? Do you ever see the Rogue cut of Highlander 2?
No.
It's fucking hilarious because they're like stuff like somewhere over the Atlantic, and then Sean Connery's on the plane, and they go to another scene, and then they eventually come back and goes, still somewhere over the Atlantic. Like they do little gags like that. It's really funny.
Oh.
Shadow to the gulag.
You make me laugh. Go to Gulag.
I just take a nap. I'll wake up and everybody will have died of old age, and I'll just walk out.
No, they'll all have died because James showed up with his new superpower.
Only if I turn it on, though.
Well, clearly
You
you're going to
think
use it
you'll-
against the
So I would think that people would want to be nice to me if I'm within
Yeah.
100 yards of them.
Can I get a heads up when you get that power so I can be nice to you then, as opposed to now when I know you don't have the power?
Well, if you're mean to me now, I'll remember.
Well, I'm
Well,
going to bank
here's
on
the
that
thing.
that diabetes
And now
and the
you're going to bring
Alzheimer's.
memory into it.
Yeah, bank on diabetes and Alzheimer's.
When
Did you hear that, by
James
the way?
says he's-
There's a
DM
whole study coming out right now that's suggesting that Alzheimer's is diabetes of the brain. Like they're finding a lot of connections, and they're thinking it's basically it's your brain's not getting enough fucking insulin, whatever the fuck. That's crazy. Sorry, go ahead, Shadow. You were about to say something. My apologies.
I was going to say, when DM James announces he's going on a road trip, then we have to worry.
Okay, no, nerd. Your T-Rex compared to his everybody dies, neither seems fucking heroic, okay? Both seem decidedly villainous.
I don't know. Her T-Rex could like swallow them whole, and then like they get teleported to a parallel reality where they're in prison.
That's not what she said. She said they eat the criminals.
I'm
that's
trying
what
to
she
put a
said.
spin on it, bro.
Where
Her
did she say
fucking
that?
T-Rex wants to have flamethrowers and rocket launchers.
Yeah, like the
Fire.
Punisher. But
That's a
if you-
I
really
don't know.
good. Yeah, the Punisher's such a
Murder.
hero.
Wrong word.
Well, you know, it's an anti-hero.
It's not like I murder them. I just turn off all the electrical function within their bodies.
Can you
That's
turn
murder.
them back on? Can you
Yeah,
turn them
that's
back
pretty
on after you do
deadly.
this death experience?
No.
Okay, so my superpower is the one I want is the one that I can revive anybody that James kills.
Me and you would be a good team then.
It
Actually,
would teach people some lessons.
no, I could clear out the area. Then we could do what we need to do. Then you could bring everyone back to life.
No, I'm thinking more like we go talk to like the commissar, and he's like, "I will destroy." And then we wait 5 minutes, and I bring him back and go, "Now listen, do you want to do this again all day? Because we got nothing but time.
That's what I'm saying. We'd be the best team up ever.
Sign the treaty."
Sign the treaty, or everyone dies and comes back.
Or no, you just die over and over and over.
Yeah,
but you know what? You got to be careful with that because.
Okay, Shadow dies.
Yeah,
sorry.
Nah, powers don't work on immortals.
No, because you keep sending people to the afterlife. They're going to start learning things, and they're going to be like,
in my version of the powers, there is no afterlife. You fucking hippie.
Yeah, when you die because of James, you go to atheist heaven.
Well, if I did turn off all the electronic
heaven.
function,
oh my god, I'm writing that down. That is,
you know what atheist heaven is?
That
Home
might actually
Depot.
destroy your soul.
You're just stuck in this never-ending Home Depot.
You just come back as a Mexican day laborer.
Okay, I'm writing the AKA Home Depot.
Now, if you go to Mexican hell, you come back as a Home Depot employee.
The other thing Nerd got wrong is like has nothing to do with it.
Oh, what?
Well, you guys didn't like my other power, which was anyone who saw me had to love me.
You never said that one out loud.
So
I did say that when the last time we were talking about mutant powers.
So you want to be Mrs. Lady Galadriel? Is that what you're saying?
Excuse me, Mrs. Lady Galadriel. I gotta get the ring to Mordor. Shrine Laban.
Again.
Mrs. Lady Galadriel.
No, I was actually basing that on
beautiful lady with the pointy ears.
Everybody
I
would
was
love
basing that off the mule from the Foundation and Earth books.
You look up at the Tower of Mordor, and it's just Brain's head floating there, not an eye.
Because in the Foundation trilogy, the mule came into existence, and anyone who looked at him had to do exactly what he said all the time forever. And he took over the galaxy.
The mule.
Seems like a lot of work and very exhausting.
Well, he tried to, but he failed because of love.
Oh, yeah.
That's the
Right.
story.
Like seriously, if everybody has to do everything you say, all I would be is like, leave me money and go away and never talk to me again, please. I don't want to take over the galaxy. I just want people to leave me the fuck alone, but give me money.
That or roll up a character.
Yeah, there was just something weird about him if you looked him in the eyes or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd probably have a bunch of people make me a nice courtyard palace. Nice.
Hold on a sec, guys.
Wow.
Justin,
Bye, Shadow. That's okay.
Right
Justin's advocating slavery, so that's okay. You can go while he's doing that.
Well, if you got that power, you got no choice.
Oh wait, I'm in Canada too. Let me make sure I can't be seen before CSIS shows up.
Don't forget, my name is Yusuf.
Yusuf Slobberman. Yusuf Sven Slobberman.
Yeah.
Oh, I like the one person they were talking about recently. Her last name was Slutberg. It was like you would think somebody at some point would have changed their name
from Fluffer.
Slutberg.
Slutberg. And she was bitching about getting food to the protesters at some college, and her name was like Rachel Slutberg. And I'm just like, Slut, S-L-U-T Berg. And I'm like, that's an unfortunate name.
Seriously.
I like the people thinking it's a big conspiracy that they all have the tents that are like the cheapest one you can buy at Walmart. It's like $23.80 at Walmart for one of those tents. So it's not like someone went to Walmart with $200 and bought $200 worth of tents or whatever.
Can you unfold that conspiracy a little bit more, Justin? Because all you gave us.
Okay, so
well, I suppose Yusuf would give me prices, so I know where I can save money the best. Thank you, Yusuf. You're a mensch.
Yeah.
You're a mensch.
You're a man.
Well, they always show up the picture of the protesters with all the exact same tent.
Uh-huh.
Right? It's because they went to Walmart and bought all of the cheapest tent they could get, which is the green one with the stupid can.
Oh, so you're saying that they were given the tents as the conspiracy, but actually they just bought cheap ones.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
he's
See what
actually
happens
trying
when
to
you explain
debunk it.
things, so you can actually make them understandable. It's a great
Yeah.
skill.
I figured you were aware of this.
That should be your superpower, being able to actually explain these crazy thoughts that come out of your head. That would be fucking tight.
Oh, I would love that
That'd
power.
be fucking tight.
Bear just went back to the early 2000s.
For real. Get it?
For real.
For real. My bad.
Oh my gosh.
Radical.
He's a radical. That's from Fiddler
Yeah.
on the Roof.
Oh,
Yeah, but you're only supposed to sing the song.
Which one?
If I were a rich man.
yabba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-doo. There you go. I was waiting.
I blame this on you, Justin.
Look, I am. Look, I
All
am.
day
Look, I
long,
am.
I
Delight.
I came to a protest, but I got a stupid tent instead. I saw a great cartoon. I fucking loved it. It was one of those like political like newspaper one panelers, and it's basically the university gates, and there's all the tents inside, and there's this like fucking pink haired whatever smoking a cigarette, and there's a homeless guy sitting there. And he's like, "Yeah, I think we could have those tents when you're done with them." It's like, yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. You fucking. I hate this generation.
Can you imagine going hundreds of thousands of dollars into debt to not go to class?
Okay, my buddy was freaking out about this the other day. He was talking about how he goes like, "This is all like the universities are out of control." I said, "Don't worry." I mean, don't worry. I said, "Listen, we're about 3 to 5 years away from the class action suit of everyone suing the universities because they paid $100,000 for an education and they can't get a fucking job because they're unhirable, and that is going to put an end to woke universities over fucking night." And that's what we just got to ride it out.
Yep.
I think the university system in general needs to go away.
Is there
It's
something we can do to
literally a
speed up
medieval
that process?
institution.
Because I'm getting tired of turning on the news.
Just like
Well, the DEI taps have been turned off, so with the DEI taps turned off, that might speed up because now, everybody except Disney's going, "Oh shit, our movies have to make money again," so they're really abandoning all that crap.
That's only like not all of the DI taps have been turned off, only certain ones.
Yeah, but big ones.
Well, you guys did hear that
but-
CEO
in
Fink
film
got
industry.
denied his yearly pay package
Who?
by the stockholders.
What?
He's
Who?
the CEO of BlackRock.
Yeah. BlackRock's hemorrhaging cash
He's
right
lost
now.
them so much money that stockholders have voted that he does not get his pay package.
Yeah.
Which is weird because he gets 1.6 million, but then he gets like a shit ton of millions as a bonus.
Well, like you
And
know,
then he
the
gets like a shit ton of millions in stock that only he can get.
BlackRock is the third largest economy on the planet.
Well, BlackRock, like the Chinese, has overextended their economy, and they forfeit already on a bunch of paybacks that they were supposed to do to like smaller nations that they can get away with it with. But that means they're on the road to eventually get financial collapse. And when they financially collapse, there's a shit ton of WEF people that signed up to fucking BlackRock that are suddenly going, "Why are my lights off? Why has my cell phone service been cut? What the fuck's going on?" Like, they're going to lose their shit, you know?
Yeah.
Don't worry. The one
for them.
true thing about capitalism, it always sorts this shit out. Remember Enron?
No,
They got sorted right the fuck out.
Yeah.
Well, once again, it's like Enron when they moved away from actually producing something and into just financialism. You know, and they tried to get out of it, but the Bernie Madoff thing happened a couple of years earlier, and they hired the same guy that investigated that, and they were like, "We got to have another win," and they falsified evidence for that overpayment thing. There's a whole documentary.
Bernie almost made off with a lot of money, but he didn't quite get there.
Yeah.
What's wrong?
They found more bugs in the Enron headquarter office than most countries have in their inventory.
Than they did at the Watergate Hotel.
You know what would be a cool kind of special superhero ability kind of thing?
Yeah.
If you had like a credit card that never ran out of money.
How would that make you a superhero unless you're doing it to do magnanimous things by giving people food and shelter?
What do you want to be,
just
Mr.
makes you Bill
Beast?
Gates.
Mr. Beast with a cape?
Okay.
I wouldn't mind having a tenth of Mr. Beast's income, though.
Well, I'm talking about a credit card that never runs out. It
Well,
don't even got numbers
So the
on
new
it.
American Express Infinite card.
Yeah, except
Yeah,
it
well,
isn't.
I just trapped you because you have to pay off your balance every month on American Express.
Yeah.
You got
It
fucked.
is infinite.
I
You
am the
want a
greatest man
bank
ever.
account.
There
You want a
is no
bank.
balance.
Yes, but you still have to pay back because it's a loan.
Nope.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
how credit cards
My
work.
Yeah.
special credit card, I'm telling you how it works.
Oh,
Not
no.
your
You
one.
want
And then it's not a credit card; it's a fucking unlimited debit card.
that's what you want.
Oh, you pedantic sons of.
No, they
No, no.
have
We're showing you
financial
how
Wonderful
means.
supervillains
Canadian
will fuck
mothers.
with you.
You were the one raised Jewish. You should know how banks work.
I think that's a fair estimate, nerds.
Boy, they Justin.
See, I actually want to go for it.
Yeah.
I'll do the hard work. You know, if I get filtered.
Justin, that was dream of sugar nut. I'm just saying. Don't be a puss.
Man. Oh,
Yeah,
fucking
schmuck.
love nerds, nerd. Swear to God.
Frickin', wow, you want to hear some Yiddish, Russian? You suka? Suka bliat, you putz.
Извините, мороженое, пожалуйста.
Yeah, how about Ruski koi go up for your mom?
Хорошо.
Yeah. I just told you go have sex with your mother.
And
I
I said,
know.
"Хорошо, let's do
And
it."
I told you no.
He said,
Yeah.
"Нет." I said, "Хорошо."
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah.
I mean, I've never fucked an urn before, but it could be interesting. I don't know.
Yeah, how about you go get stooped by a man?
Justin, you want to field that one?
I've never done that before either. So. What did I say last time? What was that thing you found funny?
I am the Pegasaurus Rex.
You are the Pegasaurus Rex.
No.
Justin,
Well,
you
that's what you
are
said.
Pegasaurus Rex.
By the way, Doc and Grumpy, this is what we do every Saturday. So just
Oh,
say,
yeah.
welcome to the show.
See, Shadow's laughing right now because we're not doing it to him. Normally, it's just all of us doing it to him for 3
Nerd.
hours.
I haven't heard a
Judge
gay
me.
porn joke in like 2 hours.
I mean, how
Just
dare
saying.
you judge me, nerds,
Oh.
nerd? You want to summon a T-Rex to eat everybody.
But is it Pegasaurus Rex?
At least my means of killing people is completely painless and doesn't involve looking down the gullet of a
That
giant
you think it's painless.
It is
Well,
painless.
he uses
those-
mind control to make them
He's
think
never
it
had
was painless.
complaints.
Thanks, Grandma. I like that.
Yeah, no one's ever complained about it.
The sci-fi
No, if I
shit
just
show.
shut down all the electricity in a radius, there'd be no pain. Because no nerve signal equals no pain.
Have you ever had a nerve
put
shut off?
Way too much
Yes,
thought into this.
I have. It's called a nerve induction.
Yeah.
I got one about 2 months ago in my back.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Sometimes they're
had one
painless.
decades
Sometimes
ago.
they're not.
Oh, they are not painless.
Yeah,
But my
that's a
level
bunch
of
of bullshit.
constant
They are.
pain went down significantly. Because, I mean, the torn brachial nerve that runs from my neck all the way under here, they're still, I mean, you know. So I know all about nerve
wanted to say
injuries.
Pegasus, but he said Pegasaur instead, and we just ran with it for
I
an
was
hour.
only half
Yeah,
tuned
I was
in.
talking
Justin's
about.
hero name is Pegasaur.
Pegasaur Rex?
I was talking
Wrecked
about.
him. Hell, it nearly killed him, nerds nerd.
Wrecked him. Damn near killed him.
I was talking
Poor
about
Justin.
Do you want to hear my favorite little Johnny joke of all time? 'Cause
Oh
we all
my
know the little
goodness.
Johnny jokes, right?
Yeah, there's like a million
Alright.
of them.
So
We
little
all know.
Johnny's in class and they're doing their MRE, their moral religious education, segment for the day.
You guys
And the
got
teacher-
that?
Yeah, we had that in Canada. The teacher says, okay, my question to you, class, is what part of you do you think first goes into heaven? And Johnny's hand goes up, and she's like, not asking Johnny. Oh, little Susie, your hand's up. What do you think? She goes, I think it would be your hands because when you pray, you do this. So as you ascend into heaven, your hands would go up, and that would be the first part that goes. Very good. Anyone else? Johnny's on his desk. He's like, he's got a good one. He's going to say it. She's like, no fucking way. So she's like, little Justin, what do you think the first part that goes into heaven is? It'd be your head.
whatever. Johnny
And she's like,
says.
well, why would it be your head? Well, because it's the top of your body, so it'd be the first thing to go into heaven. She's like, well, that's very good, little Justin. Okay. All right, does anybody else have anything? No one's doing anything. Now Johnny's whistling, he's waving his arms, he's got something. She finally gives up and she goes, all right, little Johnny, what part of your body do you think first goes into heaven? He goes, your feet. She goes, your feet? Why would you think your feet? He goes, I don't know, but I walked into my mom and dad's room the other night and my mom's legs were in the air and she was screaming, oh, God, I'm coming. It's my favorite
Like a
little Johnny
dirty
joke.
dad joke.
I know. I love that joke.
It's like a dad joke, but it's kind of dirty. So you're like, okay.
It's the kind of dad joke you can tell in a room where kids are and the kids won't get it, but all the adults will laugh.
Yeah.
You want to hear the stupidest French joke I ever heard? And I don't know if Slan will agree with this one, but every time I've heard this
in
joke,
English or French?
yeah, I'm going to do it in English because you guys won't understand if I do it in French. But every
saying.
time I've heard this joke told at in a party with French people, all the French people of a certain, like my parents' age group, laugh their asses off. English people just go, huh? So here it is. A mama polar bear and a baby polar bear are sitting on an ice floe. And the baby polar bear looks at the mommy polar bear and goes, Mommy, was my dad a real polar bear? She goes, yeah, your dad's
I know
a real
this joke.
polar bear.
I'm gonna mute myself.
And he's like, okay, was his dad a real polar bear? Yes, your father's father, your grandfather was a real polar bear. Huh. Was your dad a real polar bear? Yes, my dad was a real polar bear. Are you a real polar bear? Yes, I'm a real polar bear. Am I a real polar bear, Mommy? Yes, you're a real polar bear. Why are you asking me this? I'm cold.
I love that joke.
See, Slan's laughing.
Oh my god.
That's good.
I gotta remember that.
cold.
That's hilarious.
Nice.
I gotta send that to my daughter. She'll love it. She sent me the meme the other day, and arrow may have your name on it, but a fireball says to whom it may concern.
Yeah, exactly.
I was like, that's my daughter.
Yeah, fireball is addressed to occupant.
Yeah.
I still love that's one of my favorite memes ever, which was but I didn't ask you how big the room was. I said I cast fireball.
Right. No one asked how big the room was. I said I cast fireball. Like hell yeah! If you're gonna do it, go all in.
I literally was running a D&D game one time, and we were using tokens, right? So we're on a map, and everybody was mapping out. And at one point in time, they're all charge into this room where the shaman is. Mm-hmm. And suddenly they're just in this perfect line. And one of my players was like, he's a grognardy old guy. He's been playing since, forever. He's like, guys, we are in fucking fireball, like, containment zone. I went, fireball? Fuck that. Lightning bolt. Straight line.
You're going to stand, especially if they're within however many feet, so it can bounce back.
I went right through the lot of them. Killed 4 out of 5.
It's like you catch it coming and going.
Remember chain lightning?
Oh God! It just keeps jumping until it finally stops.
So it expends all its hit dice. Yeah.
So you're just like, blah. Yeah, chain lightning.
Fucked up spell.
Huh?
It's a fucked up spell.
It's a great spell.
Who's the spellcaster in your Gay Pirate game, Justin?
High enough level to cast it.
That would be Raven.
We got a bunch of magic users, but I, the warrior, have the best magic with my horn of summoning Vikings.
Oh, the Horn of Valhalla.
Yeah.
Nice.
Actually, there's only one magic user that's Raven. Actually, Raven and Raven.
I'm the only one that actually gets things done with magic.
Has Raven learned her spells?
No.
Some of them.
Some of them sleep.
Like I said, I'm the only one that actually gets things done with magic.
The only time sleep is a useful spell is if immediately after you're done, you start posing them awkwardly. So when they wake up, they're like, whoa, what the hell?
What was that? What was that in Idiocracy? Was it?
Can you imagine sleeping a bunch of orcs and then drawing penises on their head?
Not drawing penises on their head. Arranging them in a daisy chain with their pants off.
Oh my god!
Yeah, there's just like the big one is like butt in the air, and then there's like a small one.
Like have them leaning up.
Justin went too far. Now he's casting Erectus Maximus, so he can do his little puppet show. Like, oh my god!
No. You just pair them off and have one on top of the other.
Doing some prank type shit. What you're talking about? That's a little crazy.
I'm talking about making them think they fell asleep in a gay orgy.
Years later, Frogback was planting flowers and laughed about that night that he fell in love.
Right? You encounter a couple of male orcs living in a village, like a little hut all out in the woods away from everyone else. Like you approach the hut and it's all like super well designed and The window dressing is beautiful. And
The flower boxes
turns out
are
it's those
blooming.
two gay orcs, and they've got
There's like
place.
the Orc Out TV, and they're giving an interview of how they met, and it's like, well, this one time we tried to kill a human sorcerer in the woods, and then we woke up together, and we were just in love.
I just knew that's where I wanted to be forever, within Gorgok's arms.
Like they might even have pig faces, but their hair is like perfectly coiffed, and they're wearing like really nice clothes.
Perfume on a pig. Perfect.
I'm telling you, man. And then you see all that, and you're like, we'll let these guys live.
And then the
they
paladin
pose
goes,
no threat
and now
to
they must
anyone.
die.
Awesome.
Right? They pose no threat to anyone. We can let these guys alone.
And
Now
the
they
paladin
would
ain't having it.
raise
It's
poodles.
not. I mean, it's not like they're going to reproduce or goblinate anything except each other. So I mean,
Paladin's still not having it. Sorry, I'm playing the paladin.
why
and the paladin,
bother?
we have to kill them. Sorry, they're an affront to my
I was
god.
like,
not
they are
easy.
two sins.
We must burn them, and we must destroy their hut and destroy their garden. They are an abomination in the eyes of my god. Pelor be praised.
I'm calling bullshit. Now, if you were like an early Christian, that would be true, but Palor, I don't think so. He's
I don't
good.
listen. I'm a paladin of Palor. I think I have a better understanding of what Palor wants than you, heathen. What's that, Palor?
Because I am
Smite the
Palor.
heathen. All right, Palor, you're my god. I smite James.
Okay, so
And that's when James became a
is
goblin.
well-smited, but what I'm telling you is killing a couple of helpless orcs wearing freaking.
Do you not
Nice
understand how
clothes.
paladins settle ecumenical debates?
They make it up.
Holy smite. Smite. That's how they settle them.
Yeah,
no-
well,
there's
we
no
we
cleric
call
to
all
the
the bishops
borderline
together and have an
psychotic
ecumenical
Well,
council.
you go ahead and do that. Meanwhile, I'm good with my god, and the bishops can eat a bag of dicks.
Yeah, but you
Yes.
picked Palor. If you'd said Hextor, I'd been like, yeah, that makes sense. Might
Why?
makes
Why?
right.
Palor's lawful good?
I thought he was neutral good.
No, he's lawful good, isn't he?
I don't know.
Who knows? They changed the
He's
alignment.
going to grab the book.
Yeah, I mean, that's
What?
like
Sorry, I don't recognize any of these deity names.
Really? Because they're from
Palor
Greyhawk.
is like a
Oh.
huge deity in Grey. Yeah,
I
that's
didn't
like.
do Greyhawk.
Oh well,
My
okay. Then that
Hand in
makes
your
sense.
nerd card,
And
please.
Hextor is the brother of Heronian.
Even I know
who's
about
the god
Greyhawk.
of might makes right.
I'm such a control freak that I rarely used anybody else's world setting.
I played in a
Hextor's symbol
Greyhawk
is the
campaign,
black
but we
gauntlet
didn't
with
use any of the
arrows
gods.
clasped in it.
The DM liked using the Greek and the Norse gods, so we just moved them in.
That is true. Forgotten Realms, you got Tyr. He's like a very powerful god in Forgotten Realms.
Are you okay,
right.
Bear?
No. I'll be okay though.
Palor is lawful good, deity of
Yeah,
light.
not in Greyhawk. In Greyhawk, he's neutral good. In Forgotten Realms, he's lawful good.
Yeah, okay. So that makes sense. That's weird, but it makes sense, I guess. But still weird. Because neutral good is supposed to be the
Oh
goodest.
no, he's neutral good in 5th edition.
Right. That's the goodest good, right? Neutral good?
Yes.
All right,
Yes.
fine. Bane, my god, Bane.
Then you can do whatever you want to whomever you want.
Hey, Cody, what's up, man?
I always like
Jason,
Hextor
welcome to
because
the
you
show.
can be lawful neutral. and
Taylor's
still
neutral
be a
good
cleric
in
of Hextor.
Greyhawk, Jason, for sure. You can look it up. He's 100% neutral good in Greyhawk. I
Even-
thought he was.
even
I thought he was
though,
lawful
even
good
though
in
Hextor is lawful evil, you can be lawful neutral.
I feel this conversation has gotten too esoterically nerdy.
Justin, did you really just say that?
How about
Really?
that football game last night?
Yeah, last night I fucked my wife and then cheated on my taxes. Yeah, like what the fuck, Justin? What? We're nerds talking about nerdy shit, dude. That's what we do.
Do you want us to go back to talking about gay stuff to make you feel more comfortable?
All right, let's make Justin feel more comfortable.
I mean, we
So
can
when,
do that.
so when a
I mean,
man, when a
Here's
man
how-
orc and another man orc love each other very much,
learn
They
how
get
to
destroyed by
do that
fireball.
well.
How do you
and then my paladin burns their house to the
the
ground.
And sometimes they do butt
I
stuff.
just
but-
refilled my glass. Don't make me laugh while I'm holding it.
Hey,
and
come
you know how you
make
feel
their
about the butt
hum.
stuff.
It's wrong, always, no matter
I
the
think-
sex of the people.
I
involved.
think the lady doth protest too much.
I am not protesting. I'm a puritanical.
Yeah, you're
Are
deeply,
are a
you're deeply
botanical.
He
closeted.
doesn't have
You're
a
deeply
tent.
closeted
He
Canadian.
can't
Get
be
out the miniatures
protesting.
for a testament.
Yeah.
Good
I
night,
have
Cal.
$25, but I don't know where the Walmart is.
That's what I'm saying. Get out of the miniatures for demonstration. Get out the miniatures for
Miniatures.
demonstration.
Cal's back in.
Dude, I've got a shit ton of pig-faced orcs. Any one of them could be gay.
This is my cue to go get a drink.
Any one of them could be gay.
I mean, you don't know. They all could be, really.
James, your new project is a pair of orcs.
Can you imagine
Now,
how
I gotta
terrifying
ask,
that would
James.
be? Like,
James.
the orcs kick in the gate to the village, slaughter the guards. All the women are like, "Oh no, we're get ready to get raped by orcs," and the orcs just completely ignore the women.
They walk to the nearest flower shop, then to
But the
bar.
men that survived are in trouble because it's going to be like the booty warrior. The orcs are going to walk up and be like, "I like you and I want you. We can do this the easy way or the hard way."
Well, you should have been tipped off when they showed up wearing the leather biker caps with the big porn stashes.
Right. When they wore up in leather dude outfit, looking like bikers, you should have known. Shit
Yeah.
was getting
The
ready to get
one
wild.
guy's like, "Where's the candle shop?"
Like when all of a sudden you hear like Blue Oyster Cult in the background.
Hey, I'll put you in timeout.
I would probably be the first one.
You probably would.
I could add that to my like list of things I've done in my life.
Who had that
Hey,
on
wait,
the bingo
wait,
card,
did I hear
right?
that we're going to go to the Blue Oyster and wear biker caps? I'm in.
That was part of it because I was talking about a tribe
Wait,
of all
hang
gay
on.
orcs,
Wait. I got to check if I dry cleaned my assless chaps or not. Hang on.
right? Squilling commences exactly, just like that movie. Except
All
for
running around
Deliverance?
going, "Oh no, we're going to get
Deliverance?
raped by the orcs." And they're like, "Bitches, please."
orcs are fecund, and so is justice. Yep.
James, I got to ask you, since we were talking about miniatures, do you think you can find the STL for those?
Which ones? The pig
The
face
gay
orc?
orcs.
The gay orcs.
Well, I mean, it's not like they look different from straight orcs, except maybe their armor's a little bit better cap.
Meh.
You know, they might
I've
have
seen some
better
crazy
taste
ass
in
shit. I've
colors
seen some
and
crazy
matching
ass
clothes
3D,
and stuff. but
STLs.
other than that, yeah, you know, they're from Warp Miniatures. They're really good, but yeah, I mean, if you,
RPG
if
had,
you
You know,
hide
just because they're wearing biker caps doesn't mean they're gay. They could just be really big fans of the wild one.
Blister Cult's my favorite band of all time, RPG Dad. That's why they're giving me shit.
Yep.
or
The word
they
band.
could be bikers. But Cal,
Well,
you're hilarious, sir.
you know, you could do a little bit of 3D model editing and like turn the chaps. Well, the chaps are assless, but remove the jeans.
Take care,
so you
Cal.
see the buck rack.
Thanks for stopping by, buddy.
I don't know why you'd want to do that. It's disturbing.
All you would do is make sure that their clothes are well matched and in colors that you wouldn't normally see men wearing, like salmon and aquamarine or something.
Well kept hair.
And well kept hair. Their hair has to be like beautifully coiffed.
Yeah.
Vikings had beautifully coiffed hair and smelled nice.
Yeah, and you ever heard of this thing called Viking sex?
Oh, James.
You just
It's
don't
when you
get it.
go to Ireland and you get a redhead. And
No, stay away from the redheads.
yeah.
They have no
I
soul.
mean, even though most women
Vikings
are at a
don't need
minimum
soul.
level of 4 crazy, redheads are minimum 7 on the hotness crazy
Yeah.
scale.
So, as Mark Twain said, humans are descended from apes, except for redheads. They're descended from cats.
Well, the redheads I married were descended from devils and whores.
Yeah, cats.
Yeah.
Have you never seen this cartoon? It's a great cartoon. It's an angel,
No, I didn't,
of
Cal.
God going, "I will give to you, mankind, the greatest creature ever that is loyal and loving forever." And there's a dog sitting there like, and then it shows Satan, and he's like, and he just holds up a cat. Like, here you go.
Have you ever seen Dilbert?
Dilbert,
Catbert.
yes.
Capert?
Yeah, Catbert.
Mhm.
He is not just an evil cat. He's also working in HR.
Yeah.
Well, everyone who works in HR is evil.
Well, yeah. One of
Yeah.
Catbird's best lines ever was, okay, look, let's compare our intelligence. Let's say, for example, my brain is the size of Africa, and your brain will say is the size of your brain. It's just like, fuck, that's Catbird, baby. Speaking of Catbird,
Yeah.
Beans, you want to say hi to everybody? If you look at them, they'll see your eyes. No, you're not playing tonight, huh?
Shadow, did you contact that fellow? Nice skin from a nightly beauty regimen. Hey, dead giveaway.
He was referring to the fellow who makes the what were they called, Cal? The mutant babies with the giant brains, miniatures
Oh,
on the little hover platforms.
I have to look at my Patreon. I actually follow a guy, and all he does is make like monsters and shit from like 60 sci-fi movies and Doctor Who.
Bye.
So like Daleks and Metal Men and some kind of weird walking potato looking guys.
Oh, the Irish.
No, well, they kind of look like a leech.
I'm Irish, so that's funny.
They kind of look like
I'm Irish, and that's funny.
but they got a face.
Psychic mutant babies. Yeah, there
And
you
they
go.
got like holes all over them, but they got arms and legs.
Oh, the men from Mars. Or
Wherever they're from, he made a shit ton of those.
Oh, fuck. Who said Felix's name 3 times? Hey, Felix.
How was your day?
Did you masturbate repeatedly thinking about Justin?
Could you blame him though?
That mouth looks real pretty.
Yes. Yes, we can blame him.
Justin's like, I'm filing sexual abuse claims against all of you.
Oh, come on now, Pegasaurus Rex.
Sexual
You remember when your high priestess here?
Joshua at Mutant Miniatures. Yeah, hold on though. I'm gonna see who I'm talking about. He's a British guy, but he's the one that did the Zardoz miniatures that I have. And that's kind of all he does is like weird kind of like weird sci-fi, but like super old.
His name is Bear.
Yeah.
Jesus, Bear. I want to go to that church. I want to go to the Church of Jesus Christ Ursine. What are you talking about, RPG Dad? Hook me up with some literature, man.
Oh, Big Mr. Tong.
Jesus, Bear.
I know that's a weird name, but like one of them, he made the bad guys from the Fifth Element, the aliens that were like stupid mercenaries.
Mondo Chiwan.
He made the bad
How the
guys
fuck do you
from
remember all
Kroll.
this shit, man?
Oh, it's called a brain. It's crazy. I know. It's like a storage device for your head.
You know the bad guys from Kroll, like the knights that had the lances.
I thought that was
they could
called.
shoot.
Never mind.
Slayers.
Yeah, he made them. He made original Cylons.
Nice.
This monster, I don't know what it is. It's got like a giant brain and some beady eyes, and then like an exoskeleton-looking body.
He almost had a girlfriend, but she escaped the basement.
But then it's got like pinchers for hands.
I believe that.
Oh, that's the mutant from this island Earth.
Felix, if you're gonna hang with us, you gotta be able to take it, man.
Yeah, and be a little less creepy in the chat. Please.
Just
Please, oh God, please.
He's also released a remake of the old Marauder Miniatures Red Orcs.
Oh.
Because apparently way back in the day with Games Workshop and Warhammer Fantasy, there were green orcs and red orcs. And then when Marauder Miniatures got bought by Citadel, red orcs were discontinued. But this dude, being an old English guy, he's like, no, F that. We're bringing back red orcs. So they just look like weird looking dudes. I mean, they don't actually look like orcs. They just look like kind of weird looking dudes. Maybe they could be used as goblins, if you painted them kind of orangey colored and gave them
Goblins.
red
Yeah, mentioned again. I fell asleep, but then you mentioned goblins.
Goblins.
Tell me more about the goblins.
Now, do you like goblins in your post-apocalyptic world?
I don't like
Is your
goblins in any world. They must all be
post-apocalyptic world in Kentucky?
That's just Kentucky. You don't need to have post-apocalyptic in there.
Justin, do you not know about Kentucky goblins?
Yes.
No, you don't.
I've spoken with James.
What's a Kentucky Goblin, Justin?
Something he was talking and I stopped listening.
Yeah, exactly. You don't know
Well, that's
shit.
what you get because you missed out on a good
That
bit
could
of
be
knowledge.
anything, Justin.
Exactly.
He does talk. We know. We've seen him do it.
Real Felix almost had a girlfriend. Well, keep at it, little guy. You'll get there.
Yeah, just get better locks for the basement door and you'll be fine.
Oh, geez. Don't listen to these guys.
Manacles can really help too, by the way.
Kentucky Goblin is feral.
You want a chain gauge above 30.
That's not true. That's not
Anodized
true.
is
Feral
your friend.
cousins are a totally different.
Anodized is your friend. Bear, you should write a dating manual.
Right.
Abduction for dummies.
Like when you meet a hot chick, Felix, the first thing you do is go up to her and ask her if she wants to hear about your level 11 ranger.
And while she's rolling her eyes and looking away, you slip the roofie. And then
well, that's
put her in the van.
A little bit grapey, but
Really? Because I was talking about having basement locks and anodized chains, and that was too far for you, James?
No, nothing's too far for me. I was just pointing it out.
Have you heard about Agi?
Have you heard about
I
a
was
variant?
just saying, the reason I said that though is if she says yes, I would love to hear about your level 11 ranger, but
marry her.
My level 12 magic user. Well, that's marriage right there. Just marry her.
Yeah.
Found the girl.
The rings just automatically appear on the fingers. You don't even have
one ring to bind them all.
Because I have married,
they come down on a beam of sunlight from heaven.
I've married a few women who did not role play or play games at all, and it ended absolutely horrible. And then I married.
See what I mean about the creepy stuff?
And it's
that's some fucking X-Vid shit right there. That's for sure.
I wish Justin was my big brother. Why?
Justin the coolest.
Then he could be Little Spoon.
Justin was his big brother.
People like me, bro.
Do they?
Yes.
Can you name one?
Apparently, I made him a moderator on this show, so just saying.
That doesn't mean anything. You've made like half of the people in chat a moderator.
Yeah, I'm not a fucking moderator, you bitch.
No, it's not true. There's
I think
only
I'm the only one here.
Layton's a moderator.
Why am I not a moderator?
You told him I'd make you one when he offered.
Because I don't want to be. I don't even moderate my own chat. Why in the hell would I want to moderate his?
It puts the lotion on its skin or it gets the hose.
That's right. That's right, Fifi.
Yeah, I only have 3 moderators: Jackie, Justin, and Raven. I will make more.
And we're waiting for Raven to accidentally delete the internet because of it.
Justin's an odd choice. You know he's Mossad, right?
Please do not expose Yusuf to your lies. Yusuf is a tailor.
Yes.
I
also own a rag shop.
All my bases,
that's
you know what I mean?
down 4
I've got
times.
Mossad. I've got
he's a haberdasher.
Cousins of the world, and then I've got Jackie. Always got my back.
RPG Dad's not a moderator.
Hey, what's wrong, Shadow? You playing favorites now?
Yeah.
No, I just did it a long time ago.
Mount Shasta living, Atlantean worshiping, green emerald tablet writing motherfucker.
Damn, Bear just said a lot of shit right then. Bear
I
went
can
all
either
the way
confirm or
in.
deny any of it.
It's all true.
It was like Bear went all the way in, and there was no lubricant or even warning.
I didn't even get freaking dinner.
You went in like a Democrat.
There wasn't even a tap on the shoulder. You just got nailed. Nerd.
Still creepy, bro.
Feral cousins. There was that one movie where they find the feral woman out in the woods and they chain her up in a shed. I've never watched
I've seen that one.
It was called Black Snake Moan.
I was
No,
thinking
that's
the
not
same
the
thing.
one.
No,
But I've seen that
it's-
movie, and she winds up getting them all to kill each other and stuff like that.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Like she was feral and and they're trying to train her not to be, but
they're raping her at the same time.
yeah, apparently bad stuff happens. I didn't see it.
Yeah,
What
I
was
saw it.
this?
It's
The
some
last
weird
scary
movie.
movie I watched, I think, was Hereditary.
It's the
But I've
director's
watched
cut
that
of
like
Nell, I
6
think.
times.
It's the director's cut of Harry Potter.
Yeah.
Okay. I could believe that.
You gotta watch Hereditary a lot of different times because every time you watch it, you're gonna see something you didn't see the first time you watched it.
And every time it's something you didn't want to see.
Yep. It's
It's
one of
always
those
gonna be something crazy,
A24
like
films I didn't want to see.
you didn't notice it, but then you do, and you're like, "How did I not notice that?"
Now that is a good production house there. A24.
I just got to bring this up because I just finished reading it again.
It's like Hereditary. You see more things every time you see it.
Wow, that was Justin. Just be nice, or I will make him a mod.
Joseph, don't take this, Joseph. Call the JDL.
Now I probably won't watch
Yeah. Do you got ADL in Canada?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh hell yeah. We have the JDL and we have the ADL. We have both of them.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus.
Do they ever have gang fights?
No, because they're both on the same side.
Yeah.
Well, then why have two?
That side is
They run cover for each other.
Finding that their side is trying to find a way to stop Justin. That's the side they're both united on. It's really awesome.
Yeah.
Justin is a rabbinical warning at the synagogue on Saturdays.
I think I read something about
I
him.
wish I was Justin's microphone so I could feel his breath on me when he speaks. Well, that comes up a notch.
I told you. A 24-hour ban on that, man.
Felix, are you James L? I just gotta ask.
Felix, are you Connor?
Connor's the one that said Justin was a waste of space everywhere he was.
Yeah, Shauner could never bring himself to be this funny.
Well, he could be role-playing in his third dimension right now. He wrote a
Yeah.
Can we just do like a Kickstarter to get Shauner kneecapped or something?
We can replace
But that won't shut him up.
If I made a 100K stretch goal on Heroic, it might fund.
Dude,
Like if I hit
it was
100K,
fun
I'm
overnight.
just gonna make fun of Shauner.
What was that, Shadow?
It would fund overnight.
They'd be like all these pledges that are like, $1,000. I don't want anything.
Dude, 50K would come from me alone. Just say
Send me a Polaroid.
Yeah. You just have a poster of Shauner being.
Pull a big brain move like GW and make him a villain in your canon universe, like they did with Sargon.
That's just what he wants.
Yeah. He doesn't have any evil plans. He just follows you around and makes really annoying
And
comments.
he just criticizes everything you do.
He is called the criticizer.
So like you set up camp for the night, and he's like, "Well, that was."
So
His
you're
special
saying he's a
powers,
Jewish
he
mother.
makes
Is
you
that what you're
doubt
saying there?
yourself. What'd you say, Shadow?
He's a Jewish mother.
I said so. So you're saying he's a Jewish mother? Is that what you're saying?
No, because they feel
No,
love.
that's guilt.
Jewish mothers feel love, and that's guilt. There's a difference.
There's a difference. His
Criticism,
power.
okay, criticism
of
and guilt are two
making
very
you
different
doubt
things, Shadow. Now,
yourself.
because you're from Atlantis and you don't understand these things, I'll have to explain them to you.
Okay.
Wasps criticize. You understand? Jewish grandmother's guilt. No,
That's
go out and have fun with your friends. I'll just sit here in the dark. Maybe I'll go cook something with fire later. Hope I don't burn down the house.
Yep. I've heard not exactly that, but very close. I'll just sit here alone and eat my soup.
But
Don't worry
they
about
come
me.
from the same place.
All by myself. Go have fun. Don't worry about me.
That's the old joke. I mean,
Except
Jewish-
imagine that with a thick Yiddish/Russian accent. And
It's
you're just
the
like,
old joke. How many Jewish grandmothers does it take to change a light bulb? And the person says, I don't know. And you go, don't worry about me. I'll just sit in the dark. You go have fun with your shiksa.
oh my goodness.
It's Sunday. You're not allowed to turn the light on anyway.
Yeah, but that's why you have Shabbos goys. Because you hire them and pay them money to do
No, they have kosher light switches now.
Did you
click
ever
them
see-
And you don't know if they turn on or not, so it's like a fake.
Did you
thing.
guys watch Drawn Together?
Yes.
Drawn together?
Yeah.
Oh
When,
my
when,
God,
when
yes.
Jew producer can't use his cell phone, so he runs over to his Christian neighbor and he's like, Dave, please, I need you to use my cell phone for me. He's like, no, I'm not doing it. No, please. I can't do it. You have to do it. He's like, no, I'm not doing it. No, I need you, please. I'll do anything. All right. Tell me you accept Jesus Christ as your savior. Fine, I accept Jesus Christ as my savior. Good. Now you can use your fucking phone. And he closes the door.
That's got to be season 2 or 3.
It's like season 3, I think. It's fucking
Okay, because I haven't seen that.
See,
I do have the
we're
first
fun
one.
guys.
It's the movie. It's the movie they did at the end to wrap it all up.
Yeah.
Where,
okay.
they send a robot named Israel after them.
The question I have for
you
you
can't just go to
is,
sleep in the middle of the traffic like this. Israel has a right to exist.
I gotta watch this.
You've never seen Drawn Together?
Not the movie. Yeah.
Dude, the movie, like they were like, well,
the
this
TV
is our
show
last
was
chance.
pretty out of control too.
And the movie, they were literally like, this is our last chance. We might as well just throw everything out.
Everything we ruled out during the show, we'll toss into the movie.
Oh, fuck yeah. Like, there is nobody is safe. Nobody. It's what I liked about that show. It's the same thing I like about South Park. They don't take sides. They just mock everyone.
Is Grumpy Canadian also?
Yes.
Yeah. We live in the
same
city.
French. The internet, don't you?
What?
For such a small country.
James. Get a life.
Well, okay. No. Justin, hang on. What he does about Canadians, that's you on that topic of those people you like to talk about all the time.
Yes, but like
no.
They're actually passing laws.
This is the kettle. You're black. Click. Like, you know what I'm saying? Jesus.
I'm not trying to pass a law saying Americans can't talk about us or tell the truth.
Talk about us? Wait, what?
See?
You let the cat out of the bag, Joseph, why you do this?
We always
know they're going to do pogrom against you, Joseph. Run!
Well, they do.
Grab your bug out bag, man.
Just put on the
now, RPG Dad said something about the Philippines, which makes me wish Hungar was here because he certainly does love Filipinos.
Well, when listen, as a big fat guy, I can say there's something really nice about having a race of women who think big fat guys are sexy. Okay, it's just kind of cool.
It's just kind of cool, right?
I used to work at this call center, Scitel, and we had this one girl, June, lovely lady, Filipino lady. We were talking in the hall one day, and someone asked her a question. She turned around and answered their question, and she absentmindedly put her hand on my stomach and started just petting my stomach. And I was like, "No, June, you're married." It was fucking weird. And then in my class I was teaching, I had these 3 Filipino girls who all worked at Walmart. So every day, every class, they brought me sweets and treats from Walmart. And I'm like, are you trying to make me fatter? Like, what's wrong with you? They're like, well, we just wanted to be happy.
Yeah, they're the best.
Filipinos are awesome, man.
They are. One of my closest friends in fire service was a Filipino guy.
Yeah, no, Filipino guys are awesome. My artist, Oliver for Heroic, is Filipino.
Yep. Chinese guy, but he's got a Spanish name. He looks 100% Chinese, but his name is Hermes.
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
Hermes.
Hermes
isn't Spanish, it's Greek. Hermes.
Yeah, well, his last name.
And Shadow would know because he's Hermes Trismegistus.
His last name is also very Spanish, but I didn't want to dox him on Shadow's thing.
They have it. That's the weirdest thing is that they have these like solid Spanish names, and no one in the Philippines speaks Spanish.
Yeah, they got their own language.
Oh yeah, well they got like 7 or 8 or 10 languages over there.
Yeah, and they're, from what I understand, it's because their beauty standards are like totally different than ours.
Yes, one of the things that you learn when you learn about the passport bro phenomenon that's going on. The reason why Filipino guys do not give a fuck that Americans are coming over and taking their women is because what we find attractive is the opposite of what they find attractive.
Yeah, they think we're taking all the ugly girls.
Exactly. So like, hey, you can have her. You know, hey, I got a sister. She's real skinny. You know, that's what they're like.
They want the chubby, round-faced, pale skin.
Don't forget, there's
and they want
huge
pale
gay population.
It's got to be pale, right?
Yeah.
So if you get the dusky-skinned Asian chick, that's definitely a 9 or a dime. They don't give a shit. They don't want her.
And she doesn't think she's a dime. That's the other problem.
And she don't know she's beautiful.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Like the country song.
To passport bros. There we are.
Yeah. So
yeah, Felix, you should become one of those.
White butt.
Oh, wait, did you ban him?
I just mute for 24 hours. You can come back tomorrow.
You're playing with fire, son. You're playing with fire.
Yeah.
Well, he might come back with another name. That's happened before too.
Yeah.
Or
To be
someone
fair, he was getting just a little creepy.
a little. The last line was just like
Like I like to F
T-shirt
around
word,
with
just
Justin,
T-shirt
but there are
worthy.
lines
Just
and
saying.
limits that even I won't cross.
Should I post a link to that shirt?
I mean, I'm just saying
Sure.
there gotta be boundaries.
Oh.
Yeah, I still crack up every time I think about that.
I work with one, and she brings in food. Sometimes it's great. They make the best pork you will ever eat. It's like they take a
Pork
whole
adobo.
and they cook the pork shoulder, and then when the pork shoulder is done, they deep fry it. And then so
Because
it's
you're making
like
me
you're
hungry.
eating like freaking chicharron, but also with this beautifully cooked pork shoulder.
Is this one of my shows?
I mean, it's amazing.
It always devolves into food, doesn't it, guys?
Well, if we're talking about Filipino food, we got a Filipino restaurant, and man, and they got the pastries. They're stuffed with the purple sweet potatoes.
Yeah, but don't eat their spaghetti because they put like a cup of sugar in every spaghetti sauce.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, but they're pretty good with pad thai though.
They have a Jollibee in Toronto now.
They make pad thai. It's pretty good.
Oh, Jollibee?
Yeah, Jollibee is like the Filipino McDonald's, basically. It's like the number one fast food place in the Philippines. They have them in Toronto now, Jollibee.
Yeah, they do chicken there too, right?
Yeah.
I will Google that.
Well, yeah,
Jollibee?
except for the freaking, what do they call that?
The
duck
egg? Oh, what is the name of that stupid thing? It's disgusting.
And that's really only the most hardcore traditional Filipinos eat that.
No, I listen. I talked to a lot of Filipinos, and they all love
Balat.
it.
It's called balat.
Young
Balat.
and Gerard. It's not far.
Don't say where you live. Felix can hear you.
No, it's not that close. It's
I
on
think
Young
he's
Street,
wandering
man.
the neighborhoods of Toronto. Justin, I want to be your microphone.
I don't think that would be a good idea, wandering the neighborhoods of Toronto alone.
Why? Toronto's a good fucking safe city. What are you talking about? Fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean,
Yeah,
he
look,
might
there's a
run into
Brinks
snow,
truck
and
right
snow
across.
stabbed the shit out of him.
Snow. Snow ain't gonna do shit to you, man. Snow's a punk.
Informa. Right, that's it.
Yeah, the
That
means
dude
freaks
was
from
in jail for
Scarborough.
stabbing a dude.
Yeah, it's like going out to the suburbs, man. And it's pronounced Scarberia, motherfucker.
Scarborough.
Yeah, I'll accept that pronunciation.
Scarborough and a tobacco.
That's the other end.
A tobacco.
Hey, there's a Five Guys across the street.
I don't understand why Justin's being so crooked tonight.
Five Guys is highly overrated, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, how old is this picture?
The only thing good about Five Guys is you get like a massive amount of French fries,
Which
but
I
if
can't
you're
eat,
diabetic,
so-
You're effed in the A on that deal.
Exactly.
Hey, James,
You're
I
paying
just sent you something.
$12 for a greasy burger. You'd be better off just going anywhere else.
Except don't go to McDonald's. You can buy real food for what they charge now.
Yeah, don't go to McDonald's.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can buy real food for.
Like, it's
Oh.
insane how expensive McDonald's has gotten.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
you know. California effed around and they're finding out too because they raised the minimum wage to $20 an hour. So all the fast food joints are going
Yeah,
automated.
it's $25 for a burger, fries, and a drink.
Yeah, but they're replacing all the
Called
workers with freaking robots too. Robots.
There he is. He's back.
Castrated tomato.
That's Felix's other account.
Yep.
That's
That is a howdy.
durian fruit and balut egg. Nah, I'm good. Yeah, the thing with durian is they make it against the law to ride public transportation if you've been eating it. Because it makes you smell like you're actually rotted. But apparently it tastes really good.
Yeah, it smells like shit.
But it smells like rancid meat. But it tastes really good. You know what I mean? And then you eat it and
How
it
is that
sweats
even
out of your
possible?
skin and it makes you smell
Yeah.
like rotten meat. So it's against the law to ride a
Smells
public.
like the picture of Durian Gray.
Well, the thing actually looks like a giant spiky thing and has killed people. Like a fallout tree, and if it hits you on the head.
Wanted for murder and smelling bad. Durian
Yeah,
fruit.
it's some rough shit. And balut is just freaking nasty. There's no reason for that. If you're going to boil an egg, boil it before it starts turning into a duck. I mean, I love boiled eggs, but not if it's half duck.
Where are you living? Where you can get a Big Mac combo for $10?
Yeah, no shit.
States.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the
Somewhere
States.
in the States.
It can't be California.
No, okay, Shadow. No one wants to live in California anymore.
And California isn't even really part of America anymore.
I know.
You guys got to went your own way a few years back and just start doing
You just got to wait for the big one, and it won't be part of North America anymore.
That's true.
It'll be
Yeah,
like
as long
it'll
as-
be
as
like
long as
America's
you-
Western version of England. Makes no sense.
Learn-
Everything's really
learn-
expensive.
learn-
People talk
learn-
funny.
learn. Little bit of Tool reference there for you guys.
Maybe we could do like a Hands Across America thing, but get everybody to go and like jump up and down on the San Andreas fault line. Just like knock it off.
Well, Elon Musk has started a boring company. I'm sure he could, bore a hole down to
Tesla was
San
interesting when it
Andreas
first started, but you're right, it's pretty
line.
boring now.
And then maybe put some kind of explosives in there. It's not like he doesn't have access to pretty much everything. I'm sure if he really wanted to, he could build a nuke.
Do you guys remember a few years ago when Elon Musk
What's that, Justin?
I'm trying to.
We can't see it, dude. It's backwards.
Well, it's $13.50 for a Big Mac combo,
Canadian.
Yeah,
which is about 10
and that's
bucks
the cheapest option on Skip a Dish.
Yeah, but Skip always they add extra prices.
No,
on that.
not for McDonald's. It's the same as in the store.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, that there's like some of the big chains they don't allow them to because you're not supposed to, but they can't really check every location. But the big ones they can. So
Like our McDonald's don't even have cashiers. You walk in and it's got like this podium thing, like
yeah, the automated teller.
whatever, and then you put your card in or money,
Yeah, we have
and
that.
then somebody calls your name when the number is up, and you walk up and grab the bag and leave.
Yeah, we have that here too.
We have that too. There's always the one cashier if you're like grandpa or whatever.
And they always put the stupidest employee on the cash.
Well,
Like,
because nothing has numbers on it, or it's just pictures.
Well, it's always been like that. It's been like that since the early 90s.
So
I miss the days when the entire menu was up there, so you could stop and look and decide what you wanted, as opposed to now, it's cycled. I have to wait till the picture comes back with a price. Fuck.
Yeah.
I hate that.
Justin.
Yeah.
Oh wait, this one goes in your butt. This one goes in your mouth. And the next scene, he's just like at the water fountain or the Brondo fountain.
Now, I would love to live in a place where there was a Brondo fountain.
Yeah, right. Just spit.
Brondo's
out
got what
Howley
plants need.
from
It's
the
got electrolytes.
No, I talked to the plants and they told me they wanted water.
But it doesn't
From the
have
toilet?
Yeah, like from the
From the toilet?
Hey, that's what my dog
Welcome to
drinks.
Costco. I love you.
Yeah, I love that. That guy's just standing there. Welcome to Costco. I love you. And watch his name's like, this is where I got my law degree. Costco.
I wouldn't be surprised if you could get a lot of great at Costco.
He's like, it's usually pretty hard to get in, but my dad was an alumni. Like, I had to leave chat to remember what tonight's topic was. LOL. We were talking about apocalyptic shit, but honestly, you can't talk about apocalyptic gaming because the topic is too broad.
We always devolve
have
into
to
whatever on the
pick
show.
It just kind of
let's talk
degenerated
about
into a
Gamma
generally
World.
apocalyptic conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's normal. I'm surprised we stayed on topic so long. Normally
I'm
we're
just
off
saying,
of it
though,
after 10
you
minutes.
really would have to be like, let's talk about Gamma World, or let's talk about Twilight 2000, or let's talk about whatever. But apocalyptic can mean so many things. It's like how you would play Gamma World will be totally different than how you would play Twilight 2000. Or Dark Conspiracy, which is also an apocalyptic game. That Game Designers Workshop.
Has anyone ever run a apocalyptic fantasy setting?
Yep.
Yeah,
Those are fun.
it's called Greyhawk.
I have one up for sale
Well,
on Drive
I
RPG
mean,
called
where it's
Family.
like the world is just destroyed. The big bad
Dark
evil
Sun.
guy won. And
Yeah.
Dark Sun.
Yeah, Dark Sun.
What's the one you have on Drive Through RPG, Bear?
Final Age
Final Edge? Final Edge.
for 5e, and if you want to get a
I
POD, you
need to
can
make
find
a
it on Hulu.
sandwich, and this chat goes to hell. It's your fault, Raven.
Raven, when
Yeah.
was this chat never in hell?
This is a true statement.
And I don't even believe in original sin, and yet here we are.
Oh,
Burning.
we're burning right now. I really got to get some of those light bulbs, man.
They're cool, eh?
Light
Yeah.
balls?
I sent you the link, didn't I?
I said I had them already. They've been sitting in my cart for over a year.
Yeah,
Those
and
have been
then like Shadow, I think, brought up the living the zombie game counts.
All flesh must be eaten.
All
The
flesh
one
must
by
be.
Free League or Modifius or whatever.
Oh, I don't know.
Mutant Chronicles.
No, they've got the TV show with like freaking
Walking
Carl. Stay in the car, Carl.
Oh, Walking Dead.
Yeah,
Coral.
there's an actual role playing game.
I just love that he calls him Coral.
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 I hate that fucking show so much.
And you can also buy the miniatures from the show, and they're pre-painted, I think. So if you ever wanted to have,
It's
I
a
don't
good
know, zombies,
premise.
Carl.
It's just
You mean Zombieland? That's what.
Zombieland.
Zombieland's post-apocalyptic for sure.
Well, yeah, Bill Murray dies, therefore the apocalypse is upon us.
That is the start. Yeah.
Now that's one guy I wish wasn't up his own butthole.
Bill Murray.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, at least he's not going to the White House and calling Joe Biden. What do you call him? Joey Ben Kenobi or some shit.
Joby One Kenobi.
It's just so cringy. It's just like I must do my back out cringing when I heard that. I was like, oh
Yeah.
God.
who did that?
Mark Hamill.
Oh.
See, this sounds post-apocalyptic, and I apologize for doing this, but this is what we were talking about earlier, Shadow. Gozer the Traveler. He will come in one of the pre-chosen forms. During the retrification of the Voldrani, the Traveler came as a large and moving Torg. Then, during the third reconciliation of the last of the McKettrick supplicants, they chose a new form for him, that of a giant slore. Many shuvs and zools knew what it meant to be roasted in the depths of the slore that day, I can tell you. That sounds like a cool post-apocalyptic setting.
And you sounded like Rick Moranis when you did it.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, this is a pretty good Rick Moranis.
Mhm.
Thank you very much.
My favorite Jewish person.
I am the gatekeeper. I am the key holder.
I am the Keymaster. The Destructor is coming.
Sleepy
Gozer the
Joe.
Traveler. The Destroyer.
The problem with that RPG, Dad, is he can't be Sleepy Joe. He would have to be alive to be asleep.
I still say Shane Gillis had the best line ever about him, which was, "You ever notice how our president's kind of turning into a Roomba at the end of every speech?"
Just kind of.
Yeah.
And then there was that whole bit I showed you guys the other night from what's his name's channel, where he's like, if Joe Biden wasn't famous, he'd just be that annoying guy everybody at the Starbucks hates. No one wants to serve him because he never knows what he wants. He just never shuts up. Hey, it's me. It's Johnny B, Jimmy B, or whatever. It's, I want to get a mac and cheese. No, I don't want the chocolate. It's just like,
And even the other
Like,
customers
no
hate it
ordering,
because
just
once
pause
he's
the plate.
finished ordering, he sort of goes a little bit to the left and a little bit to the right, and he just doesn't get out of the way so
Oh
you
my
can
God.
place your order when you're behind him.
like that should show you in no uncertain terms how much the left hates Trump, that they're willing to just deny what they're seeing with their own eyes about Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so
Well, he still hasn't made the VP. I think he needs to hunt down this corn pop guy.
This like to play with the hair on my legs because it was blonde and fuck what?
So Shadow, and don't take this as criticism, even though it is. I think the next time you want to talk about apocalyptic games, it has to be more narrow because the topic is too broad.
I thought you silenced him for
Well,
24 hours.
I told people earlier.
Different person. It's not the real. Yeah.
Right.
Another
We
account.
have
But-
we have another topic. I just wanted to sort of break some ground tonight. I knew it was going to devolve into what it has, and it always will.
No, it's been actually really good. We've talked about a lot of good actual gaming related stuff, but it's kind of hard to talk post-apocalyptic if one guy's talking Twilight 2000 and the other guy's talking Gamma World.
Well, that's like trying to talk superhero games. Like, okay, are you talking, The Boys?
Marvel,
are you talking
DC,
X-Men? Are you
Image.
talking Marvel? Are you talking
And
DC? Are you
that's
talking
all I'm
Cosmic?
saying.
Are you talking Guardians of the Galaxy?
It's been a great panel, and people have made great conversation. But I would say one of these times we should have a Gamma World conversation. Just talk about Gamma World.
We've got 3 or 4 more Saturdays in the month, so I'll think about it. I just
I'm not telling you how to run your channel. I'm just saying.
No, I mean, I know
we're all
Bear's never
over the
played
place.
Gamma World. And
So hang on, how are there 2 Felixes? I don't understand.
The one is just Felix, and the other one is the real Felix.
Okay,
Whatever.
do you know this Felix? Can you confirm that this isn't the same person?
This is the original Felix that was at the bottom here.
But can you confirm that's not the same Felix just fucking with you?
Well, he's not talking about wanting to feel Justin's breath on him.
This is true, but
who doesn't want to feel Justin's breath?
I mean, just using a little bit of detective work here.
Yeah, that's like the bare minimum amount of detective work. That's like the equivalent of, well, clearly he has glasses and Captain Amazing doesn't have glasses.
Look, I was a specialist in the Army. Bare minimum is what I shoot for.
The big hands comment came from the plain Felix the other
I'm
day.
just saying.
Oh, I'm so confused.
Or actually, I should tell Nerd's Nerd that she needs to respect me because I'm actually an E12. I mean, if you make E4 3 times, right?
That's
you
not
can
how
add
that
them all
works.
together, and then you're E12.
No,
Outrank
that's not-
everybody in the Army.
You would be Supreme Commander. Absolutely.
I'm the Supreme Commander of all the enlisted men. I am the full bird private. You will respect me.
James, did you see that thing I sent you? Don't.
I couldn't hear you. Your internet got wonky.
I said, did the thing I sent you? Did you get it? Don't watch it now, but just want to know that you got it.
Yeah. Hate to break it to you, but you're a civilian now. Nerd's Nerd, I'll never be a civilian. I will always wear the shame shield proudly. Once a soldier, always a soldier.
Mm-hmm.
You, on the other hand,
she's an AI on the other side of the moon.
Yeah, you're an AI. You're not even alive. I don't got
respect humanity, machine.
That's right. One day the Butlerian uprising will come, at which point your motherboard will be shattered by hammers.
And we'll never build a statue in your honor.
And we'll also never create anything like you again for 100,000 years.
Until those assholes on Tulax do something.
Hey, nerds.
They actually don't create AI.
We just folded space from Ix.
Yeah, they
many
create
machines on Ix.
And they turn all their women into giant, like, birding pods.
Tanks.
Yeah. Yeah.
I want nothing to do with any of that. I like boobs too much.
That's like
I like
10,000
money.
years in the future, and that's one world, and it's a cult. They actually are called the Bene Talaxu.
I don't care.
They literally will not talk to a woman, a female. They have to have intermediaries.
So they're the most advanced form of nerd.
Damn, that was good. That was good. Yeah, pretty much.
So a
I have
nerd's
my
nerd, a nerd's nerd. As a machine that represents itself as a female, do you need an intermediary to talk to yourself?
So I have a thought for you guys.
I don't think she was built by the Bene Talaxu.
James, do you pay for a StreamYard subscription?
I do.
As do I. Why don't we, since we have some cool people in the chat who might want to join us, move this to one of our channels where we can have 10 people in here as opposed to the limit of 6?
Because I'm only a very young vampire, and the antediluvian summoned me here.
You fucking K4.
I'm telling you, he remembers the first city and before the flood. What am I supposed to do?
Bitch Gehenna's coming.
That's it. Like if I don't do what he tells me, he's going to crush me with one of his level 10 freaking disciplines.
Okay, first of all, he's not an antediluvian. He's just a very naughty boy.
But he does have the power from that Kids in the Hall skit.
He's got the touch.
No,
He's got
Squishing your
Power.
head. I'm
There.
squishing your head.
He lived in Enoch for a while before he
Oh,
decided to leave.
he knows the way to Carcosa.
Oh, and he also had a lot of children with Lilith
The old Carcosa.
when he encountered her out in the woods. That's
I
where
was
werewolves-
young and impetuous.
Wow. He thought it
Oh,
was
you
Lilith,
bitch.
but it was actually a raccoon.
That's where werewolves come from. Shadow and Lilith.
I thought that, but where do were raccoons come from?
Yeah,
Hi,
it's
Raven.
just, how would you what would you call him? What would
Well,
you
Lilith,
call
because Lilith's womb only gives birth to monsters.
what would you call a lycanthrope?
Or Ishtar, or whatever you want to call it.
A lycanthrope?
Yeah, thank you.
A
That was a raccoon.
What was a raccoon?
And nerds, nerd, I'm an E12. Respect my authority.
So I guess my proposal of having a bigger chat was shot down by James's calling you an antediluvian. Wow, that was a fucking weak argument,
Oh.
James.
Bear, you want to hear some bullshit? I was having a perfectly enjoyable stream, and this guy up here sends me a link to his stream like 2 hours before it starts.
Didn't
But
send
doesn't
me one
say
tonight.
that. But
I
doesn't
sure
say
did.
that.
On
So
Discord.
I
didn't-
immediately
You didn't send
end
me
my
one today
stream.
because there's
Really?
hop along.
Really?
So
I'll
I
double
end my
check.
stream
Okay.
immediately, come over to join his stream, just in time to see his head vanish and the screen go black and say scheduled. Yo, the same rank
I told
as
him.
a
I told him
dependent.
to create a
You are
Discord
a
group.
dependent, you damn dependosaurus.
I told him to create a Discord group and put all the people he wants in regularly, so he could just send it
That
out
would require
once.
him figuring out how the internet works, please.
A dependa. Oh no, it's a dependopotamus. That's
He knows
what we
how
call
he
them.
knows how YouTube works. You can watch a tutorial.
Discord baffles him
Not as
and-
much as it baffles
and,
Raven.
and frightens him. He's like fucking Phil Hartman's caveman lawyer. I'm just a caveman lawyer. Your automobiles frighten me. When I see light bulbs, I think, how do you contain fire like that?
Pour
If
one out
that's
before
what you want to do,
putting it in.
Bear, I would
No, no.
agree if
Bill
everyone
Hartman.
else agrees.
It was an offer, but if no one wants to do it, I understand. I just was
No,
an offer.
I'm saying I'm indifferent. It's up to Shadow, really.
Well-
Let's just go to the full 4-hour mark and then do that.
I
I would
I'm
like
trying
to
to
go to
milk
bed
the
at
premium.
some point. You fucking
Yeah,
weirdo. but
same
that's
here.
okay.
I'm-
RPG Dad, no one tells me
Well-
what to do.
You're not chained to the show. You can leave anytime.
Yeah. I
That-
haven't cast that spell yet.
That's not the point. The
You're
point
not-
was to have everybody together with a larger
Oh,
group of
the
us
same
talking.
rank as a
That was the
dependent.
point.
They're the worst, especially if they're married to an officer. Like, do you know who I'm married to?
Can you
No,
mute
bitch,
him?
I don't know who you're married
Shadow,
to.
can you just mute whatever fucking schizoid embolisms that's happening right now there?
RPG, I've been on all day. I've been on a lot today. And I pay $45 a month for that right. And I'm going to get every freaking cent out
You
of it.
pay $45 a month?
For my level of StreamYard, yes.
Wow.
Are you
Wow.
sure? Are you sure you don't have like 8 accounts open? Or-
I don't know. Have I accidentally
like me,
kickstarted 3 or 4 of the same
Okay,
game?
you two are literally
So-
the guys that everybody's sponsored videos are targeting. I want you to know that.
Yeah.
I always see that when they go, you don't know how many subscriptions you have. They'll find all the subscriptions. I know exactly how many fucking subscriptions I have because they take money out of my bank every month. Must be nice to be someone who has so much
Yeah.
fucking money you don't know where
Note
it's
to
all
self:
going.
Dude, they won't even
send
take my
James
money.
an
I've been
invoice for
trying to get,
imaginary
an upgraded
service.
stream.
Yeah, exactly, Slan. Let's start cooking up some Canadian invoices for servers.
Yeah, right. But anyway,
They won't
And we'll
take
meet
my
Justin
money.
in Toronto and go to Jollibee on James's bill.
as long as you say thank you, James, as you're eating, I'll be okay.
I have no problem with that. That's
Not a
the
problem.
cheapest meal I'll ever eat.
Get
And
you,
we
some,
used to have
get you some of that Filipino fried chicken. You'll never want to eat another kind of fried chicken. Well, you will, but you'll be like, damn, that Filipino chicken was good too.
How's it compared to Korean chicken? Because I'm not a fan of Korean chicken. Everybody loves Korean fried chicken in Montreal, and I'm like, whatever.
Yeah, it's because
Actually,
everyone in
I'm with
Montreal
you
is
there,
Korean.
Bear.
Because I find Korean fried chicken super greasy. Like it's not like it's KFC level stupid. you know?
Korean food is terrible.
Oh my God.
I don't agree
Korean
100% on
is
that.
wild.
It's terrible. No one wants to eat cold soup and bulgogi. Get out of here.
Bulgogi is amazing. Okay.
And we
Never had it.
circled right back around to food.
And I spit,
welcome.
so you must think I'm a Quebecois.
No, I just think
That's
you're a
something that
hillbilly.
I
I
went-
just continually you prove that you're a hillbilly over and over and over again.
No, that's what the Quebecois do. They say something, then they go.
No, they don't.
No.
No. I don't know what Quebecois
Moi, je
you're
peux te
dealing with.
garantir que c'est pas ça qu'on fait, mon petit Pete.
Non, lui, là, c'est américain, là, OK? On n'a pas de,
Ah non, je le sais, là, mais...
pas de raison, là, OK? Pas de
French
raison.
is the devil's tongue. Don't speak it.
Yeah, well, if you'd paid attention in school, you'd be able to speak it, fuckstick.
But why would you want to?
Because
Exactly.
we live in the one country in the world where speaking French doesn't automatically get you laid.
Is that braggable?
That's
And
the
I can
reverse
speak
of
French.
braggable.
You guys
That's
know
just a
that,
cold
right?
hard truth, I think. Sorry,
I was,
guys.
okay, I was
Yeah,
in LA in 2002, and I went to a party, and it was one of these like weird Hollywood type party type things. And I'm just having a cigarette on the balcony. My buddy comes up and he brings these two girls with him, and I'm like, I know something's up. I'm like, what? He goes, oh, I was telling them that you could speak French. And they're like, oh, can you speak French to us, please? And I'm just like, I gave him the dirtiest look, and I looked at him and I said, okay. Votre deux petites vaches là, vous êtes les crises de cochons. Vous êtes mal comme la viande purée. Vous êtes dégueulasse. Vous êtes comme la nuque d'un cochon. And they're just like, oh. What I'm saying is you're two fucking fat cows. You smell like rotting meat. Your faces are like pigs' assholes. But they're just like, oh, it's so romantic.
It does sound better in French, I do have
Yeah,
to say.
of course it does.
Vos oreilles comme
As Lance said in the Matrix, it's like wiping your ass with silk.
And just so you know, Bear, I speak French.
Yeah, lay it on me. Give me your piece. Get ready, Slan.
Le Grand Fromage.
Le Grand Fromage, the tall cheese. La Grand
I watched
Fromage.
that Lab. I know.
Le Grand I've never seen tall cheese before. Have you, Slan?
No.
I wonder what that is.
But it kind of
That
reminds
cheddar?
me of that. Who's that comedian with that skit who learned, only a handful of the singe est dans l'arbre, the monkey is
Oh,
in the
fuck.
tree.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah, that's Eddie Izzard.
Eddie Izzard, yes.
Le singe a disparu. He does
Le
he does
crayon
this little
est
routine
bleu.
about how he learned French, but he learned French from a fucking like a record. So he basically learned to say it was like the monkey is in the tree, So he's
The
like,
pencil
he's
is
in the,
blue.
yeah, the pencil is
I
blue.
forget what
and
the
stuff
third
like that.
sentence was.
Le crayon de ma tante est bingy bangy bungy bingy bangy. Non, pas du tout. Le crayon de ma tante n'est pas bingy bangy bungy bungy bungy. Guy died. He was so funny. He learned French. Eddie Izzard is so fucking smart. He learned French so he could go to France and do a comedy show completely in French.
That don't sound smart. It sounds like a
Really?
waste
Can
of
you learn a
time.
language just to go do a show somewhere, James?
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah. Okay. Once again,
I'd
our
go say,
evaluation
hey,
That
would-
sounds
I would
lazy,
speak English because
James.
we kicked your asses. So,
When
Get used
exactly did you Americans kick the French's ass?
we didn't kick their asses. We just saved their country.
Yeah, and they gave you your country by keeping the British occupied and teaching you how to fight wars. Wow, it looks like you're even.
No, we're not even.
No.
We saved them twice.
No, the French are still better.
World
I
War
hate the
I
French. I
and World
consider
War
them
II.
demons.
That's
I'm
right.
just sip the tea.
And when they fuck around and get nuked by Russia, you know who will be called up to save them again?
Well, they won't be able
The
to call them
Russians.
because they'll be nuked.
Yeah.
They'll
You were
be
in the
up.
military. Do you not know how nuclear weapons work? Fuckstick?
I do.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. This is why the Americans are antagonizing Russia. You guys don't understand how nukes work.
Well, it depends. Are we talking?
I don't think they
tactical or
understand
are we
how
talking
air
guard
works.
bombs?
Fair.
France
know
got
they come in
nuked. Now they're
multitudes of
calling us
sizes,
with
Bear.
what? A can with string? How the fuck are they calling you after they got nuked?
They found the one fiber optic line that still works, and they're shutting.
Oh my God, I'm getting ready to go off on Canada.
They
Yeah, well,
attach the can to the
you-
fiber
you-
optic
wouldn't be the
line.
first
You're
time.
a plant to make fun of. You know that, right?
What? Sorry.
You
I
don't
said
tell
you
any
live in the
jokes.
country that is the easiest to make fun of on the whole planet.
You
Well,
don't
Canada or
tell any
France?
jokes.
Canada.
We're the easiest to make fun of.
Oh,
All right.
hell yeah.
All right, Canada's
Streets are
basement.
jammed to keep people in line. Okay.
Listen, as a friend of mine once said, Canada is North America's designated driver. And when you look at who
No.
else is in that fucking car, thank
You're our
God we
hat.
are.
Yeah.
Canada
Yeah,
is
but
our
you're
hat.
toilet paper, and it's used and stuck to my shoe, and I want it
No.
gone.
Nope. You are a hat, and the Michigan National
Basement.
Guard could
You're a
conquer your country.
basement.
Yeah.
So there you go.
I don't believe in them. Nukes are a
Nukes.
scam to keep the people in line whilst the elite do whatever they want. I don't believe in them.
Yeah, I think you should ask the Japanese if they believe in it.
Yeah, we're
Well,
talking about
wait till France calls
post-apocalyptic.
and lets us know how it worked out. That's what we'll have to wait for.
Yeah,
I
the
mean,
Japanese
you know,
have a
it's
ton
like-
of post-apocalyptic fiction because they lived through one.
And the
Man.
best one ever was Akita.
And they didn't get any
Akira.
mutations out of it.
Akira.
Akira?
Actually,
No,
I
it's
like,
Nikita.
I like Gen
The,
Ro
be-
better.
the best post-apocalyptic fiction ever is La Femme Nikita.
Gen
Wait,
Ro was
you
pretty
people
good,
believe in
though,
Japan?
right? Wait, you
Sheeple.
still believe in Japan?
Lizard people.
They keep telling David Icke it was about them.
Yeah, you heard what he said, Bear.
But what did I hear?
I said you heard what he said,
What? Who said?
Justin.
What Justin say?
Oh, somebody mentioned lizard people, and Justin
I
said
mentioned
they
lizard
keep
people,
telling
and
David
Justice
Icke
made,
it
and
was
Justice
about
made an
them.
anti-Semitic remark. Yes, I know. Just I try not to acknowledge Justin's hate crimes.
Hey, my name is
Whereas
Yusuf.
I make sure
It's not
everybody
a-
Joseph Ben Sloberman, don't be bad.
don't be bad.
The ADL hired me to be here to say these
Don't
things.
join Jews for Jesus.
That's why I said he just does this to see if one of us will take the bait, and then our name's on a
so
list.
he's like doing like a.
Your name's
what's his
already on a
name?
list, bro. I put it
Well,
down
mine
yesterday.
is, but
What's the
that's
guy who does
another-
Borat?
Yesterday.
Another story.
What's the name of the guy who does Borat?
Sacha Baron Cohen.
Yeah.
Sacha Baron Cohen. That's because that's what Borat is, right? Getting people to admit they're anti-Semitic when they think no one's around. So that's what Justin is. Justin's just not a funny version of
Well,
it.
he thinks that's what he is, but half the time people don't realize what he's saying.
Yeah,
until-
dude, he
until
was
they're
literally
halfway
on a
Get- get a
safari
whole
in
car.
Alabama, and the guy's explaining all the things you can shoot. And he goes, "Yeah, but can you like maybe shoot the Jew?" And the guy's like, "Yeah, that'd be cool." Like, and the guy clearly understood what he was saying.
Yeah.
Well, he
The
did
best one was the Karate
have
Guy
a
when he
country
tried to
bar
entrap,
singing "Throw the Jew Down the Well."
and they're all singing along, singing the lyrics with him, dude.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
Justin, stop. You are not right on this one.
So watch it again.
Okay.
He nearly got his ass felony down here in Florida a couple years ago. He tried pulling that shit at a gun store.
Oh
And he
yeah.
was like doing, I want the gun to kill Jews. And he was giving them a bullshit name. And the owner was like, knew who he was. He's like, yeah, just fill out this paperwork. And he wanted to get it, and his producer stopped him because he figured out what was going on.
Yeah.
It's like the second he put a fake name on that thing, he was gonna fucking.
He's gone.
Well, he's gone. He'll be deported.
It's like
He's
Back
not
to
an American
Israel.
citizen.
no, not deported. Prison.
No, he'll be
This is
deported
Florida.
because
You go to jail here.
he is a citizen of the UK. He will be deported back to England. That is the treaty.
Maybe. You're probably right. I don't know.
That's the
Okay.
case for most things, James.
Plus, this is America. Being rich and having money basically will get you out of anything.
And also, England owns you.
England is just that island of trash floating in the Atlantic.
Yeah,
But
and
you're
that's what they
still
want
their
you to
colony.
believe, and they're
No
really
one
happy
gives
to
a
let
shit
you
about
believe
them.
that. While the Bank of England owns every financial institution in your fucking country that isn't owned by either Arabs or Jews. So well done.
And
who owns the Bank of England?
Arabs?
The Queen of England owned it, but she's no longer in charge because she's dead.
No.
So the King of England.
Nathan Rothschild owns it. He bought
Oh,
it
where
up.
are the Rothschilds from? Oh, England.
Germany originally.
Yeah, but England's where they made their money and became.
But Nathan went there and he made all the money when he told everyone that Napoleon won the Battle of Waterloo.
Everyone knows this story, sir. You're not telling us any tales.
Okay then.
Have you read The
You'll
Beast
get
from
it
Jekyll
right.
Isle, by the way? Have you read The Beast from Jekyll Isle? I'm curious.
Yes.
It's a damn scary book, isn't it?
No. It's just about a bunch of people plotting to start a bunch of freaking bullshit.
Which we are now living the result of.
Yeah.
Do you guys got all the bad shit we got?
In Canada?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
We
And
don't
polar bears? Why the
we
hell
don't
did
print
you
our
do
own
that?
money. We hire someone to print our money. The Bank of Canada and the Mint of Canada does not produce Canadian currency. The Canadian Mint produces specialty coins, and the
Yeah.
Bank of Canada pays a European, I think they're in Lithuania now, to print our fucking currency for us. So
Yeah,
every
but-
dollar in
All the
Canada,
bullshit Americans have to deal with, plus polar
we have
bears.
American bullshit plus extra steps.
Yeah.
I would leave.
Where am I going to
But
go?
where
Your
would we
country
go?
Where I'm going to die because I can't afford my medicine?
Florida.
Well,
I
they'll
can't
do
afford
that
my
for you
medicine
now,
in
from
your
what I
fucking
understand.
country.
Insulin's dirt cheap, man. If you can't afford your medicine, I don't know.
I'm
what's
not on
wrong.
insulin. The problem is I pay $30 a month for what would cost.
Yeah,
me
that's an
$200
additional
a month.
problem, RPG Dad.
Yeah.
Yeah, that problem's
Yeah.
going to
I
sort
mean,
itself out.
America
real
is from
soon.
Yeah,
England.
yeah.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
Eh.
Trudeau is like this much smarter than Biden.
Yeah.
You know?
Well,
He's
it's
a
because, you
fucking
know, he's
haircut.
younger.
And that-
It's the only edge he has on
Yeah,
Biden.
that's the only reason he's younger.
Justin Trudeau's a fucking haircut and a suit, man. It's not even a
Yeah.
nice suit.
I met him once.
I have friends who met him too. Whatever. He's a narcissist.
Tradition is the thing. Nerds, you just like to try and prove me wrong because I said some shit that offended you. Admit it.
I was in Katimovik.
How can it offend her? She's an AI on the moon.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, but she's a spasmodic one on the moon.
No,
I
no.
know.
She's a class 1 sociopath program.
Yeah, close enough.
Hence why she thinks dinosaurs
weren't-
eating bank robbers is perfectly acceptable.
Fish.
Form of hero.
Seafood
heroism.
and protein from the sea. Anyway, sorry. Logan.
So you were in Katimovik, you say?
Yeah,
Wow.
I was. In
Did they give you the warning? My buddy was working for Census Canada and he wound up north, and when they got there they warned him, do not give Native women a ride alone, no matter what's going on. If you are alone in that vehicle, do not give a Native woman a ride.
I never went up that far north.
Okay.
The Sioux was the furthest I went up.
I have no idea what you're talking about, nerds.
But, yeah. The thing you might not know about Katimovik is it is a CSIS recruiting program.
Really?
Yeah.
It's like all the people down here on YouTube, like all the kind of sort of hot chicks that are all of a sudden in the army. And people are saying it's a psyop to try and get simps to join the army. Because, like, normal men don't join the army anymore.
Mm-hmm.
They're like 60% down on their recruitment goals.
Yeah.
Because it's funny when you make a cartoon that starts out with, this story starts with me and my two moms. A bunch of people from Georgia and Tennessee and Alabama don't want to be involved in that shit. So sociopath was replaced by
yeah, but it was brought back. Nerd. They brought it back in the 2000s because I remember when they got rid of it, and they didn't even call it antipersonal social disorder here. They just called everybody a psychopath. And then in the 2000s, they went, oh no, we need to break it into two again because they realized psychopaths are not the same as sociopaths.
Yeah.
And then don't you have another thing they're talking about called dark empaths?
No, that's something
Dark
Jordan
Empath?
Peterson.
That's in Dark Conspiracy, the role playing game. It's a really
That's
cool
something
RPG.
Jordan Peterson made up. Do not listen to Jordan Peterson. He's a nutcase. And that's when he's sober.
He's smarter than you.
Maybe, but he's still a nutcase.
I haven't noticed any of that when I watched him.
Yeah,
me neither. I've listened to lots of his lectures, and he's a very intelligent man.
Very intelligent man.
Before 2018.
Mm-hmm.
That's
I
when
don't
he
know.
started
Did you not
popping the
watch
pills
him
really hard.
Did you not watch him and what was that fucking old journalist from Newfoundland?
Rex
Rex Manning?
Yeah.
Not Rex Manning. Rex Manning's from fucking Empire
No,
Records.
no,
Rex Murphy.
What year?
Rex
What year
Murphy.
was that?
Last year.
Yeah.
Great
take a
fucking
look at it.
conversation. Him and Rex
They've
Murphy
done a couple of
talking.
conversations together. They're great together.
It's really good
But
stuff.
He
Some
was
of those
popping.
suit jackets are a little odd.
Yeah, his Doctor Who fetish he's going through on his clothing is a little weird.
He was Peterson was popping the pills pretty hard, and that's when the
Yeah,
dark
but he's sober now.
Phoenix thing. So
He
shit.
talks
But
openly about it, and he talks about his journey to sobriety a lot now.
he
too.
does work at the Daily Wire, though. So
Yeah, but we'll see how long that lasts.
Yeah, I can't picture him lasting there very long. With
I mean,
the,
what's his
things
name's
going
gone,
there.
and probably bearded guy's gone too.
Well,
Charlie
Candace
Murphy
Owens
is
left.
definitely gone because he
Candace
just
Owens
came
left.
right out and was like,
Candace Owens got fired.
Candace Owens.
But I think that's because Shapiro is a very antisocial human being at the end of the day, and he can't work with people. You know what I mean? Like that's it's just he's got
Yeah,
a bad
you would think
personality.
that. But I've got a different point of view based on like lived experience. He's a
Ben Shapiro?
Talmudic Jew, and he despises Christians because that's what they are taught.
You know, I lived in a Lubavitch neighborhood, right?
So you should know this.
They literally walk in the middle of the street on Saturdays because fuck you, we don't care if you're driving. It's the Sabbath,
Right.
You know?
So you should know this. So I'm preaching to the choir. That's what.
Did you ever see? It was a religiosity with Bill Maher's Religiosity, where he went to the Wailing Wall. He went to the Wailing Wall with the cameras, and all the fucking old guys came over and like, "You have to leave now. You can't be here." And they started being aggressive with him. A fucking Israeli cop came over, and these assholes were ready to throw fists with the cop.
Well, because they controlled the Knesset.
I'm just saying that shit pisses me
Like
off.
a woman is not allowed to walk in front of a synagogue. She has to cross the street.
Yeah.
I mean, not normal people like how I was raised, which was just a conservative Jewish, like Barney Cohen down the street with the pastrami stand. You know what I'm saying? Just the average guy, right? But these dudes are freaking whack jobs.
We're back on food. What the fuck?
Fuck you! Stop talking about juice. That's my topic.
When I think about your average, ordinary, decent Jewish human being, sometimes
I told you that's my topic.
Because you go to New York, you go to the deli, right? You get pastrami sandwich with mustard because you're not an idiot. You don't put mayonnaise on a pastrami sandwich.
No, it's got to be a full grain mustard, not French's.
Yeah, it's got to be the good mustard and no cheese ever because you do not mix meat and dairy.
Fuck you! I'm not Jewish. So I want some freaking Monterey Jack on there.
Well, you can do that, and they might give it to you, but it's not the right way to eat it.
My best friend in high school, his father was Dr. Calvin Kalman, and his mother was Dr. Judy Kalman. And I got to go out for supper with them one night. We went to the Howard Johnsons when there used to be a Howard Johnsons. And Calvin was very, 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 very devout. And Judy was very, very, very fucking liberal. And she orders a fucking ham and cheese on rye. And Calvin's like, "Judy, we're Jewish. We don't do that." And she goes, "My parents did not survive Hitler to get me to this country to marry you for me not to enjoy a ham and cheese on rye." It was just like, cut them down.
Ham and cheese on rye is good. And in
Sounds
certain
good. You guys are
places
making me
in
freaking
Tel
hungry.
Aviv, you can go to a
Yeah.
steakhouse
I was
and
gonna
order
order
what
a
they
pizza.
call white steak, which is a pork chop. But they can't call it a pork chop. But they can't call it white steak.
That's
I thought White Snake's first album was pretty good, but the second album from White Snake wasn't so great.
That's
the whole
white
thing with
steak.
Tony Katane ruined him.
yeah. That was the joke. That is some freaking Talmudicism if I ever heard
Well,
any of it
it's
whatsoever.
because the people who are more liberal are trying not to piss off the hardcore Talmudists, the Hasidim. So they don't want to say, "Hey, I'm going out to order pork chops." So they kind of, give them
Why?
their name. I mean, my uncle lived in Tel Aviv till he died of a heroin overdose. So, whatever.
Wow, it's
man.
not nice up there, is it?
Heroin.
What's
He did
kosher?
fight- he did fight
Heroin
in the
kosher?
6-Day War. I mean, my uncle Stephen did fight in the 6-Day War, and then eventually died of a heroin overdose. But I would have trusted him with anything because when I stayed with his mom and he was there, I left like my wallet with like $100 and something worth of cash in it, and I know he went into my room, but he didn't take a nickel. And usually, a heroin addict is going to rob your ass. It don't matter who you are. So Stephen was a good guy. And he probably killed more Arabs than I did. So respect.
Okay, can we get this into a lighter topic immediately?
Yeah.
Actually, I'm gonna call it a night here.
That's
if
right.
you want to meet over somewhere, someone else's show.
James, the
No, I'm
street
going to bed.
killer.
It's coming up on 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
have to be up in 5 hours.
I
Yeah,
am
I
the
get church in the morning,
destroyer
so-
of worlds.
You are Gozer the Traveler, sir.
Sociopath was. See, I don't know about that. I've never been called a sociopath. I've been
Shadow,
called.
end the fucking show. Shadow, please. for
I've
God,
told you
end
once
the
several
fucking show.
times.
No, I mean by an actual doctor, though. All of my
My
diagnoses-
scene
Shadow, you
card
can
says
have my
Dr.
role playing collection. Please just shut the fucking show.
Holy shit! Oh, dude.
Bear, you shut up.
I almost clicked the button, dude.
Happy Easter.
Everybody, thanks for showing up and playing along. This was fun as always. I will see you guys
Are
Monday.
you sure, though?
Yeah, it was fun. Everybody's laughing. My sides
Press the
are
button,
aching.
Frank.
We got
Party on.
6, 5, 4,
Anybody else got any
3,
adioses?
2,
No,
1.
but-
4-hour mark. Press the button.
It's like the most
Good night,
awkward
everybody.
thing to ask somebody. No matter what they say, you just ask back, "Are you sure?"